Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, December 26th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, guys. You can hear me, see my screen. Hope everybody had a nice holiday. We got some hardcore people. It's tough for me to get into this today, I'll tell you that. But anyway, here we are. We'll get some hardcore people still wanting to trade the day after Christmas. So what's going on? So we had, just as I was opening the room, we had a big bump for this INN. And yeah, they had some news, and that's 95% accuracy results for HYLA blood sensor, planning for an FDA submission for clearance in 2024. So there was some news on this one, as many have pointed out, not shortable for us at Interactive Brokers, probably not a lot of shorts available. Other brokers got up to 322, pulled back to the VWAP, a little bit below the VWAP right now, 255. ARBB, big pop up still for it. And the news on this one, don't think I could find any news on this one. I didn't see any news that I could see on a headline anyway for ARBB. Okay, so Don can hear me. Okay, Don T, you must do a refresh. Not don't do, but do it. Hard to say, SXTP. And some news, I think. Yeah, IRB approval of phase 2A study to evaluate, et cetera, et cetera. So there was some news on this one. Again, low float, 3.9 million in the float. Back, BACK will gap up through the 200-day moving average. And I'm sorry, cannot find any news on it. A low float. We have less than 1 million in the float. I cannot see any news on back. Okay, well, I got to make sure I did get an okay that people can hear me, Don. So I know you can hear me. Maybe change browsers. A lot I can do, really. Stratasys. This has been in the news for several months now. Been a possible takeover. So this Nanodyne NNDM has, I guess, I don't know, up their offer to 1650, but anyway, they've got a 1650 offer now. Buyout offer from NNDM for Stratasys. And at the very, I forgot to mention this one, WORX, I guess this pink sheet stock, AEPT is going to be merging with them. And we had some buyouts. Boy, imagine waking up to this. What a nice Christmas present for this. Anybody who had RYZB, look at this one. RYZB is a buyout by Russell Myers. And then not quite as dramatic, but GRCL, a buyout by AstraZeneca, AZN. And then if you look at MBI, this is a dividend play. So they've declared an $8 dividend. You can see it's down $8. So that's why this is down like this. Other thing that I kind of found very weird, if you look at some of these, look at NVDS, okay? I thought, oh my gosh, is NVIDIA just exploded this morning? But have there's been maybe, I don't know what the correct term is, but a rebalancing of this. But when I looked at NVDL, I didn't see it was up the same amount. But I noticed that a couple of the short ones, NVDS and also Tesla, big, maybe somebody can explain it. Because NVDL is not up the same amount. Just seems to be the short. Yeah, so NVDL is not up. And a little bit of an excitement for Man U, just a little bit. I think it's actually an earnings play also. We have it as an earnings play. So Jim Ratcliffe has clinched 25% stake in it, so they're not buying it. This has not been a buyout. It's a 25% stake by Jim Ratcliffe. So Man U shares jump as the Ratcliffe deal eases ownership uncertainty. Not a big deal though right now anyway, it's only up 1.41%. But NVDA, yeah, but we're only talking about 1.5%, okay? I mean, NVIDIA is up. NVIDIA hasn't moved, okay? So when you look at NVD, like the two, you look at NVDS, that it's, I don't know, I mean, you can't, I mean, that's not because it's 1.5%. I mean, that's down 12%. So something else is going on. NVIDIA hasn't really moved, and this is down 12%. So unless it's, well, I don't have, yeah, but NVIDIA is not up. NVIDIA is only up for me 0.16%. So based on that, that NVDL or NVDS should be 1.5 times that on the way down. And it's down. Yes. Okay. Sound is okay. Thank you, Pepe. So you see what I'm saying, PJ? Yeah, NVIDIA is up 0.12%. So if you were wanting to short NVIDIA and you were in that NVDS, in theory, that should be down 1.5 times that percent. And this is down. So there's something else going on. This is down 12%, 12.5%. And but also look at Tesla, the same thing. ESLQ, which is another one of those ETFs, this is down 12%. Tesla is not, I don't even know what Tesla is doing, but yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. Are you talking about MBI, Mac? MBI had yeah, it's a dividend of $8. So it looks like it's down catastrophically, 56%. That is an $8 dividend for, oh, I see, for NVDS. Okay. Well, maybe that, I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's something just out of whack. Maybe that's it. What was the reverse split for these guys, MULN? What was the ratio? I wonder if they have it handy here. 1 for 100, that's right. So it's a 1 for 100 reverse split that was effective last week, I guess. Well, that might be PJ. All I can say is that when I have tracked, say if NVDA was up 1%, then that NVDL would be up 1.5%. Okay, 1.5 times. Yes, that makes sense. It would never be up, 12%. It would always be very, very, very direct correlation. And the same with the NVDS. If it was down, if the stock was down 1%, and then NVDS would be down 1.5%. But anyway, something's a little weird. And of course, the only reason I know about it is because when I saw this NVDS was down 13%, I thought, oh my gosh, Nvidia must be ripping this morning. And then the same thing with the TSLQ, thinking Tesla must be ripping this morning. Even SARK, okay, I mean that is down 11%, and ARK is not up. So I don't know. There's something going on with the short versions of those ETFs. All right, guys, no trade of the week this week or nor next week. So let's take a look. I have my doubts are going to be any upgrades or downgrades, or if there are, they're going to be very few. And the answer is none for each. So let's take a look at the sectors, guys. We're in for a mildly positive open. So the official Santa Claus rally, okay, that we always talk about, it's the last 5 trading days of the year, the first 2 of next year. So technically, Friday was the first day, and then the next 4 this week, and then the first trading days in January. That is the official days of the Santa Claus rally, and we'll see what happens. All right, guys. So what you're seeing here, I just went to the sector status channel. What you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy, so 95% in green. That means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close. Yes, Friday. Okay, and you see most of all the sectors are at least 50%. Now, as always, I want to see where is XLE now with respect to the 200-day moving average. And now we're finally starting to see a move away from it. Okay, we had a Friday a move away, today positive. So the other only one that is still below is consumer staples, XLP, still below. I think it's the only major ETF or major sector that is below the 200-day moving average. That is consumer staples, not that far below. Let's just take a look at the SPY overall. And there's your all-time high is sitting right up there at 470, 479.98, I guess. Yeah, 479. Let's call it 480. So again, SPY is very close to that all-time high. So this NXTP guy is trying to have a little bit of a pop here. It's still down 15%. Had a big day, of course, on Friday, and sold off a fair amount, 382. So got down to 273. That's where it closed, and it's crawling up the bottom here. 183, 231 now. Had a tremendous month. You can see the month coming into 1253 or so was the next high looking left for ALT. That's on a monthly chart. Maybe I'll get back to my weekly chart and see what. No, I mean, there's still. So I can't really. This is a an obesity drug, ALT. I don't know if it's. I think that's their big deal. Yeah. So I don't know if this is all wrapped up to all those other with all those other obesity drugs. And it's not really a low flow, 53 million in the flow. So it is not a low flow situation for alt. So again, there's the VWAP, guys. There's the VWAP for IINN. 251 is the VWAP, so it's still kind of in that area. Maybe if it takes that 265, might have another go. And on the monthly chart, I looked at this a little earlier. On the monthly chart, 270. Now got over 270 in the pre-market. Yeah, way over that. So I looked left, and I think I saw 353 was the next high because this in the pre-market got up to 323. Welcome, Richard. Only hardcore traders in today. Shame on you, day after Christmas being in the trading room. Not you, Richard, but anyway, I'll try to get into it. Well, you know what'll get me into it? Maybe a great trade in double I, double N. Let's see if takes out this 265. But you notice when I look at my upgrade and downgrade list, not one of each. So the analysts are probably taking this week off. That is one hefty premium, RYZB. That's a hefty premium, 100% premium that Bristol Myers is paying for these guys. Boy, and this only started trading as RYZB 4 months ago, 3 months ago. I don't know if it was something else or a symbol name change. I don't know if this was an IPO back here, but man, so shareholders who are early on in this one are very, very happy. RYZB. Good point. So it wasn't IPO. It's one of the better IPOs we've seen then because that is I mean its high was $30. So it was a fairly big IPO, 14.4 million shares. Okay. I sort of remember it. I do sort of remember it. Anyway, imagine waking up to this. Well, ARM's been a tremendous IPO. Not a buyout, but that has been a tremendous IPO, living up to all expectations now. Had a great month, got up to $69. Fell like a lot of IPOs do. Got down to four. I always thought that, I think the IPO price was 51. I think it was 51, 51, 52, something like that. So when it got underneath 50, that looked like kind of an uh-oh. But no, I mean, last month, see how it held 50 basically, and that was the low. And then, of course, this month, and just continuing. So I see Bitcoin is down today, down today. I know I'm on a delayed basis, but about $600 down, around 40, between 42 and 43,000. I know I'm on a delay. I'm seeing that Riot and Mara, a little bit soft. Okay. I don't know what's going on with this one. And UKK. Fusion, FUSN, not too bad. Up 17%. See if I can find any news on that one. I don't see any news on it. Let's see what this alt can take out 10. It does take out 10. Yeah, so yeah, the next high in the monthly chart anyway is around 1253, 1238 to be exact. So it's got a ton of room on the monthly chart anyway for ALP. Hmm. This is why I didn't see it earlier anyway, but only 18,000 shares traded so far. ATGL, this looks like this was maybe an IPO back here a couple of months ago. It's up 33%, low float. However, only 18,000 shares are traded. So let's see if there's any news on this one. ATGL, don't see any news. No trade of the week this week. No, Peter. No trade of the week this week. No trade of the week next week. All right, guys. Well, I got another little over 2 minutes before this market opens. Again, I have no idea what to expect. Not exactly, Richard. All we're looking at right now are the stocks that have really moved in the pre-market. Whether they keep moving, I mean, there are stocks you can, can kind of focus on. But to be honest, and I have no idea how many alerts we're going to get. All I really care about is this one. The abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily break, the combination scan. We may get stocks in here that had nothing to do with the pre-market, as an example. All we're doing in the pre-market is just showing you the stocks that are moving the most, and whether or not that continues once the market opens, we just don't know. So, like a lot of people are watching the INN, and some are watching to see if it can have some kind of a pullback. Gotta spell it right. As an example, it's already had a pullback. I don't know if this is too big a pullback, but there's the VWAP right there as an example, 248. Maybe if it gets back up to the VWAP and pops from there, or this might be over. We don't know. Not until the market opens, we really don't know what's going to happen with this one and any other ones that are really active in the pre-market. Is this the gap? GPS? Yeah, the gap showing up here, guys. Interesting for some reason. Again, coming into, to me, a lot of potential resistance right around. Well, you know what? I mean, it's only here, 2213, 2208 is the next high looking left. So it's not that far away. Yeah, 2208. So I mean, look, if GPS takes out 20, okay, we're open now, guys. Okay, let's have a great start to this trading week. Yeah, but then look what happened. Right. So SXTP had some pop in the pre-market approval of a phase 2A study. But look, it was up to 169 and it pulled all the way back down to here. So it's making a pre-market high. This Rocket Lab, RKLB, I had had a price alert set for this one, but everything is early, and I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a bit. So this SDIG, this is a crypto play, guys, and this has been super strong, super strong. Remember, guys, I made a change to the momentum scan. I'm only going to see here right now. You don't have to do the same thing if you have my Momo scan. I'm just going to see stocks that are trading less than 500 option contracts. Okay. We'll see the ones that are trading more right over here. Surprised that Beam does not trade options. So Beam, BEAM, really is not that active in the pre-market, but look at it now, BEAM. Now, to me, BEAM, Beam is coming into quite a bit of resistance on the daily chart. Look left, and all you see is a lot of action right where this price is now. If somehow it takes out, well, that'd be a dollar move, though. The next high looking left over here is 3109. It would be about a dollar move. Look, alt, ALT, right at $10 now. Yeah, don't get too excited about this RYZB. This is a buyout. Okay, from last week, I think from last week. Yeah, last week, guys, ARBB. So this is at the high of Friday, at the big move on Friday, and held. Look at this. I mean, it basically. I'm sorry. This is today. Excuse me. Forget what I just said. Had a decent move on Friday, but look at the move now. ARBB. Low float, 1.4 million, 44 million in the float. That's right. And we did see this in the pre-market. I just couldn't see any news for it. Yeah, I don't see any news for ARBB. Got to be something going on, obviously, though. 15 million shares have traded, 1.44 million in the float. So when you look left on the weekly chart, the next high looks like around 321. So there is still some room. And this was halted also. ARBB was halted. So we've got some halts. I sort of missed them. I didn't hear my sound alert for them, but we've got some halts already for Durham, Site, and ARBB. This one I would disregard. I don't know what's going on with this NUKK. All right, let's see where this one could open. ARBB. So this blue screen you see here, this has nothing to do with trade ideas. This is from Interactor Brokers, my time and sales from Interactor Brokers. Can't see the symbol, but it is our ARBB. There's the hot price in red, 277. The potential for the open is in this column here, 290. The potential doesn't mean it's going to open at 290. So, but if you're in this one, you certainly want to, you'd love to see a number that's greater than the hot price. And so far that's correct. Now, if you're unfamiliar with halts, usually they are a volatility halt. Usually they're 5 minutes long, usually 5 minutes long. So if that's the case for this ARBB, it should open in 9:38 plus 49 seconds. Hey guys, from last week, I don't know what the volume is. I just happen to have this one thumbnailed, IREN, Irene. Um, yeah, volume's good, 417,000. So it's good, three times normal. This was a big one last week, IREN. High was 881, so it's approaching that high of last week. So again, if this is a 5 minute halt, this is going to open in about 1 minute. 9:38 plus 49 seconds for the ARBB. So this is what sometimes I'll do. I mean, I'll watch this one. I'm not going to chase it if it opens at $3 or whatever. But if it opens underneath 277 and then it comes back to 277, there's a chance I might take it. But right now it's forecasted to open over that 277. But if it does dip below 277 and then comes back to 277, that's sometimes when I will take one of these. Not suggesting you do the same. So what I should do is put an alert about 271 and see if it actually pops and drops and comes right back. Tupperware. Even Tupperware is having a bit of a day, guys. I think this is I think they declared Chapter 11 a while back. I wasn't sure if the Canadian market was open today on Boxing Day, but I guess it is. Big move on the SPY, guys. Nice big move on the SPY. So site opened, SGHT opened. All right, so this is going to be longer than a 5 minute halt. Again, typically they are 5 minute halts, but if it's not a 5 minute halt, usually it's a multiple of five. Are you sure the Canadian market's closed? The reason I'm just following the only Canadian stock I've got is Stantec. I see it's up 96 cents. So I don't, unless that is from Friday. Okay. I thought it was zeroed out when I looked at it this morning, but okay. I thought it was closed. I thought Boxing Day was closed in Canada. Okay, guys, BTDR. So Bitcoin Play is still alive. BTDR. Look at this one. Look at this one. What a run it has had over the last month and a half. Okay, guys, look at this Mura here. I mean, this, I don't know if it's an IPO or a SPAC or, but it is trying to come back here. So MURA, the next high looking left on the daily chart, 535. So there is some room for this to run. Just not a lot. There's just not enough stocks with enough liquidity, PJ. Okay, I mean, obviously there are way. I mean, listen, if you want to in Canada, I mean, okay, here's Blink, guys. Just give me a moment here. Here's Blink now showing up. I mean, Canada is so heavily resource related. Okay, a lot of oil and gas, a lot of mining stocks. Okay, there's just not enough stocks with, for me anyway, with enough liquidity. The US market just got a ton more. You don't get all these sort of things in Canada. It's that simple. Shoot, I don't know if I'm a little bit slow on this one, guys. The blink showed up in my favorite scanner right now at 420. A little bit early though, but it may not matter. I'm not in it. The next high looking left is 466. So this had room. Darn it. Yeah, site is definitely a runner. 410 was the halt price. It did not get down below that. Okay, ARB just opened, guys. Wow. ARB opened. Not a huge open, but what was the halt price? 277. So it's just a little bit above that. But ARB did open ARBB. I tried to get some. I didn't get it. Yeah, maybe it's a good thing. It's still pretty volatile. I was trying to get some at 310 and it popped immediately up to 338, but now it's come right back down. Low float, so guys, I mean 1.44 million, very, very, very low float. And that next high looking left on the weekly chart is 321, so it's above that. So really the next high is 4 on the weekly chart for ARDV. Wow, look at this bit deer, BTDR. Not a low float either, 27 million in the float. Not high, but I mean, not crazy low. This one is shortable for me. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, and the reason I point that out is that it could be coming into some resistance. Well, so much for being a boring morning. So far, we've got some real. This has to be another Bitcoin play, BTM. I think. So it's interesting because Bitcoin itself, or when I'm looking at BITO, it's not like Bitcoin is ripping. No, so There are certain Bitcoin plays, though, crypto plays. I'm just going to call them crypto plays, okay? BTM, SDIG, certainly the BTDR, that are just ripping. So they're going, really counter to what Bitcoin is doing right now. I don't use Brokerage Plus, Richard. Okay, I trade from within Interactive Brokers. It's the same. It would be the same thing if you use Brokerage Plus. You still have to play. When you say automatically place the trade, I mean you would place the trade here. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use this window. I don't. Okay, but you can use this feature option called Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas. And then, if I wanted to take BLNK, you click on it, you click how many shares you want. You can either pick from this list of shares that we've got here, or you type in how many shares you want, click the buy button, and then send it. Okay, so it's not automatically. Maybe just semantics, but you can trade from within. Yes, but understand that when I click on you, you were right. You were right in that regard. But we link with many brokers. Well, we obviously link with Interactive Brokers, and linking in this particular case means, for me anyway, when I click on BLNK, it loads into my order entry. Which you were right. And then and I'm looking at my order entry on my other monitor in Interactive Brokers. If you want to trade from within here, you can do so. Yes. The reason I don't is that I demonstrate this use as a simulator. So I'm not going to toggle back and forth between my live account and a simulated account. I guess, if you've only got one monitor, for sure, but you still have to have your broker account open. This ABSI, guys, I don't know what this one is all about. ABSI, strategic partnership with Precision Life. Look at this one. Didn't see this one in the pre-market at all. Really didn't trade that much. Look at ABSI. Not a low float either. 68 million in the float. Well, I got to admit, I'm surprised there's this much action, but there's a lot of action. But you're right. If I were attached to my Interactive Brokers account, my live account, and I clicked on MIGI, and I could just pick how many shares, either from this, you can either pick from this, or, type in exactly the number of shares you want. So why would you be funding two accounts, Richard? Just out of curiosity, why would you be funding an E-Trade and an Interactive Brokers account? Why not one or the other? Just out of curiosity. Look at this action for this bit, dear guys. I don't know if there's any specific news on this one other than, I mean, I don't see any specific news on it, and it's running counter to what crypto is doing right now. It's possible, Richard. It is possible. I would say that typically, I mean, not all, I would say that typically interactive brokers would have more shorts available than E-Trade, but there are times where interactive brokers does not have shorts available and E-Trade does. Yes. Well, certainly that's completely up to you. And here's another one, guys, Cipher, CIFR. So this one could rip. I mean, look at this, guys. It's at the high of 2 days ago right now. Right now it is. And when you look left, 507 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart, okay, for CIFR. 'All right, guys, like a break of 431, this could get going, okay? This is CIFR. That's the high of 2 days ago. It's right at it. And for whatever reason, some of these crypto plays are just flying because it's not, there's a disconnect. Well, in my opinion, there's a bit of a disconnect with what is or what Bitcoin is doing and these crypto plays. Definitely interested in this cipher CIFR. Let me put an alert around 434. See if it can clear that high of 2 days ago. A little bit of a little bit more, and then it's got a shot. I mean, there's a next high on the weekly chart, way up around 5. Okay, so Blink has had a pullback here, so I am going to stick an alert at the around the original alert price from that scan, okay, which is 420. I'm going to put an alert at 426. 466 is the next high looking left on the daily. Even Stratasys, guys, Stratasys is on the move, SSYS, at the 200-day moving average. And the Nano Dimension NNDM is put another offer to buy them out at 16.50 a share. Boy, we've got a lot of halts resumes this morning already. This is on the way down, ALC. So this started trading as ALCE in the pre-market. This is a SPAC turned into ALCE, and obviously not that great. I'm still watching this CIFR, guys, if it can take out 431. It's just sort of hanging underneath that level. So here's IN, guys. I like this. I like the way this is working now. The momentum scan less than 500 contracts. Okay. So what this is going to show me, only show me stocks that typically are not optionable. You can see right there is zero, or trading very few options. This one is going to show me the stocks that are trading 500 contracts and more, with other filters in place, of course. So I kind of like this. We're not as overwhelmed in this scan. Hey guys, CIFR, CIFR. Keep an eye on this one for a break over that 431 mark. I'm just looking at Con here. I'm surprised it doesn't trade options that much, but CONN through the 200-day. Man, look at that ARBB. That's the one I missed out on. Well, if you got it, the next high looking left is around 480. That's on the weekly chart, okay? Big rippage here, guys, for the ARBB. Big rippage. Look at this thing go. So again, the next high looking left is around 480. Of course, 480 to be exact on the weekly chart for ARBB. I think this is one that I could just try to see what the news was on this one. I don't think we could see any news on this one. All right, Cipher is just taking its time. It may not take out that 430, but I'm going to forget it. I have an alert set on it, and that's all about that's what I'm gonna do now on it. I'm gonna have to stare at it. Just gonna put the alert up here. You can see that blue line. Takes that out later on. It may get rocking, but otherwise, just gonna forget about it for now. Market still hasn't had a pullback yet at all. Big green bar, the 930 candle, 15-minute candle, big green bar hasn't pulled back at all. But here's the Miro. Man, oh man, look at this MURA. So 535 is the next high looking left. If it gets through that, 607, this is on the daily chart. And a big. I mean, when it started trading as MURA, got up to 1686, closed that day down here though, 385. So it is trying to have a bit of a comeback. Back, guys, back. Back is wow. Very choppy in the pre-market, but it is starting to move now. Another very low float. We've got 989,000 in the float. That's what our provider has. Through the 200-day moving average, that's that blue line on the chart. So on the downside, so this one actually, this could be interesting. BSM guys, below the whole number. BSM below the whole number, 16. The next low looking left is 1564. So a little bit of room for this one to keep moving down. Blackstone Minerals, BSM. Pretty extended now, though, on the way down. 1630 is the VWAP. Was below the VWAP, below the 200-day moving average. It broke down through it today. SGT site now got to the high here. The next high on the weekly chart is around 661. So there is room on the weekly chart for SGHT. Okay, guys, ABSI. What do you think, Pepe? Pretty extended. It's on your the RV6. How to remove, okay, this is from our YouTube room. How to remove a certain symbol from top leading gappers. Are you maybe talking about um, NUKK as an example? Are you talking about that one as an example? This is kind of weird. I don't know what's going on with that. Yeah, too extended, I think. You're right, Pepe. So 2 bucks. Are you talking about specifically NUKK as an example? I don't know what the story is on this one. I really don't. 575 shares, number one. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, that is sometimes those weird NASDAQ. Okay. All you can do is this. Have you ever created a symbol list before? I'm talking to a two box in our YouTube room. Have you ever created a symbol list before? First of all, it doesn't happen that often. Okay. Hmm. It doesn't happen that often that these those symbols. I know the ones you're talking about, the Z, X, ZZT. It's sort of a test symbol of some sort. Well, okay. I'm gonna direct you to the guide, okay, because it talks about how to create a symbol list every day, really. Okay, I don't get it every day, but well, give me a moment. So if you click on my homepage link, I will demonstrate, but this is in the guide, okay? So if you scroll down until you see the education section, my homepage, and then you click on the user guide, and you will see watch list. I mean, we should have some. They should be called the same. Symbol list, watch list. Okay, so what you'll do is you can create a watch list, and then what you do is you put those symbols in. Now again, you're going to have put the symbols you don't want to see, like that one. Then you'll notice that if I right click and I click on configure and then symbol list, if you create a symbol list and you could call it, symbols I don't want to ever see. I mean, whatever you want to give it a name, and you would click on that add existing list, and you would, if you've never created one before, you'll see it right at the top. You highlight it, click on it, and it'll move over to this column. The objective is to get it into this column, okay? And then you would click on exclude the following lists, and you would check that, whatever you've called it, exclude these symbols always, whatever you want to call it, find it, and you would have had to put that symbol in there. It's a little bit, a little bit of work you have to do. But if I wanted to create a symbol list, I would do this, right click, configure, symbol list, and then create new list. Okay, you give it a name, whatever that name is going to be. Symbols I never want to see. I'll just call it test, okay? Test QW, just okay. And then you put that symbol in there and any other symbols that may show up like that in this. Just say okay. So now that symbol's in there. Okay. And then add existing list. You click on the add existing list, and then you got to go and find it. Now, if you've never created one before, you'll see it immediately. But it's down. I don't know where it is here, but yeah, see test. It says test right over there. So I would left click on it. The minute I do that, it shows up in this column right over here. So I'll do that. And then if I click, then I scroll down and here it is. Okay, right there. And then I would just check it and exclude the following list. Okay, good. You were able to do it. I know it's a little bit, but once you've got that symbol list, whatever you call it, then you can just put symbols in there then you have to attach that symbol list, to your alert windows and your multi-strategy windows and your there's no way to sort of do to kind of universally say, you know, I don't want to ever see that again. I don't know why it shows up every day for you though. I have to admit. I know I want to get rid of it. Well, I used to see it here. I used to see it in the halts or zooms a lot. I know those special symbols that Nasdaq uses. Look at this market, guys. So again, Santa Claus rally in full force today, anyway. And the strict definition, the last 5 trading days of the year plus the first 2 of the next year. So we'll have 4 days this week, but and that'll be it for this month, this year. So we have to count Friday, last Friday, as the 5 last trading days this year. So Cypher's got, let's see, this is a CIFR, $550 a share, price target by Canaccord. Hey guys, you might want to keep an eye on Works, WORX. You've got some kind of a deal with a pink shade stock. Symbol is AEPT. I guess they're going to be merging. That was the deal. That was the big pop up here. Trading higher after the company announced that it has signed a definitive agreement and a plan of merger with AEPT, and AEPT is a pink sheet stock right now. See if I can even bring it up. Yeah, imagine that 7 cent stock. Anyway, that is the deal with the works. Morning, Javier. Yeah, I don't. This double I double N doesn't look good, does it? Big pop in the pre-market, big pullback. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. The YouTube channel. So the question on YouTube, there's about an 8-second delay that YouTube imposes. Okay, there's about an 8-second delay. So I mean, it's it's almost the other. I mean, the main room is completely real time, but at YouTube there's again about an 8-second delay. Okay, so this ABSI might get interesting if it takes out the high of the bodies of the last two 15-minute candles, okay, which is around 433. Yeah, you're right. I mean, Bitcoin is weak today, but a lot of these crypto plays are just ripping. I mean, look at Bitcoin. I know it's not exactly a product, but I use it. I mean, I almost guarantee that if Bitcoin is falling, so is BITO. Okay, guys, ABSI. This could get interesting right now. Let's take a look at it. This is not a low float, 68 million in the float. There was some news about it, strategic partnership with Precision Life. So there is some news. Mentioned that BSM a little earlier, guys. BSM just made another new low. 1564 isn't, it's so extended on the way down. It's too bad. The next low looking left, I mean, would have had some room, 1564, but it's so extended on the way down. Well, back is on the move still, guys. Back is on the move. The pre-market high, wow, it's above it now, or it's at the pre-market high, 412. Now, this is a low float. You know what? I'm going to check another site. I want to see how close our provider comes to the site I really trust and see how close it is. Yeah, it's about the same, guys. A million. I got a million from that site I also checked for float, so it's about the same. So yeah, so that is a very low float for back, BACK. Okay, so with the SSYS, I know it showed up on the scan I really like, but look above. Now, again, this is it's a potential buyout, potential buyout. This is an ongoing saga. We had a lot of excitement with it back here. Looked like it, some companies were trying to buy them out. I think it was rejected by their board. And anyway, there is a SSYS. The problem I have with it is 1466. That is the next high looking left. So even though it did show up here at 1451, doesn't mean I'm going to take it. Wow. Not in it, guys. I'm not in the back. 525, the next high looking left on the weekly chart for back, BACK. Really keeping an eye on this ABSI if it can get above 440 again. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Well, I just mentioned Works. Works now is now officially a 10-day daily breakout. Okay, the longer this ABSI it holds in this area, I think a 440 pop could get it running. Look at back. Wow. All about that low float. 107% move now. 107% move for BACK. Hey, guys, you might want to keep an eye on ALT. It is back to 10 again. Back to 10. Big psychological number, in my opinion, to get through. He got up to 1036. Look at the back. Oh, and again, I don't see any news on this one. One of those movers where you just can't see any news. Some group somewhere might be just trying to pump the heck out of it, and then they're doing a heck of a job. Hmm. Not shortable for me, obviously. Shouldn't say obviously, but not shortable for me. And Interactive Brokers, BACK. Typically, these super low floaters are not shortable. This has been a choppy one today, guys. Irene, IREN, very, very choppy. Trying to get back up to the highs again. But look at this. I mean, it got all the way down to 819, that big bottoming tail there, a huge topping tail to begin. Now, a nice big green candle here. There's the high of the day is up here around 881. Well, SSYS did move a little bit here, guys, and there's your high. Your next daily high is that red line right there. That doesn't nothing includes the pre-market, of course. So that is your next daily high. It's around 1466. And you can see, to me anyway, it looks like there's a lot of resistance right around that area. Look at that weekly chart. Whoa, look at the room this one's got. This GDTC. All right, guys, keep an eye on this one. I mean, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 926. Nobody's saying it's getting there, but it looks like it's got a ton of room. Problem with it right now, I'm looking at the spread, 456, 480, terrible spread. So this is now officially a 10-day. This is a 10-day daily breakout, SDIG, crypto play. Yeah, it's got to get over that. I'm not watching it other than just having a price alert for the cipher CIFR right up here. You can see right there on my chart right there, around 434, I believe. 430, yeah, 434. Yeah, as far as renewals go, Zebo, you'll have to contact. I don't get too involved in renewals. I know what you're trying to do and see what they say, okay? You know what my code is, Barry 25. See if they'll apply that to a renewal, okay? I'll give you the homepage. Okay, so just ask them if will you when you click on the homepage link that I just put in there on YouTube, need help, and just say, hey, listen, I'd like to use the Barry 25 promo for a renewal. See what they say, okay? All right, guys, it's 10:30 now, a little after 10:30. So this is typically when I talk a little bit of what you'll find on my homepage. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You'll be at the top here. So still have a good promo on Barry. You can use Barry 25. You'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. All I ask is this: if you're going to take out a subscription at some point in the future, please use my promo code. This will really help to keep this room free. Okay? That's the goal, to keep the room free. How we do it is by using my promo code when you do decide at some point in time to take out a subscription. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, important introductions to scans, top list windows, alert windows. It's only 30 minutes out of your time, out of your day, okay? 10 short videos. You have to do that to begin. If you're new to trading 101, series of videos, about 38 of them. In fact, Michael Noss, he put them together. He should be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I do take my break. If you're new to trading, I really encourage you to take a look at those series of videos. It is free. Stock of the day video that I do, it is free. No trade of the week this week or next week, but if you sign up for it, you'll get it. So it won't start till, again, no trade of the week this week or next week. So the following week, there will be a trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. Big education section is here. Here's our user guide, getting started series. Daily support session. So as I said, I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Tuesday, so it should be Michael Noss's turn. I will confirm that from Michael before I do take my break. And I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Michael. Okay. Last, here are my scans. So if you want my scans, you just have to go first. Well, I should mention again, if you click on my homepage link, just scroll down and the middle section, here are my my scans that I'm sharing. Pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market to find out the stocks that are obviously active up and down. These are the gappers. Pulse resumes is over here. Now the momentum scan, if you have my momentum scan, it won't look quite like this one. I made a change to it, so I only want to see the stocks that are trading that have less than 500 option contracts. Okay, you notice the option volume is 0 here, 39 here. The reason being, we were getting too much redundancy. The option activity scan showed those ones here. So I decided to just add a filter. You don't have to do it. You don't have to do the same thing. I just added a filter to prevent me from seeing stocks that are trading more than 500 contracts in here. You don't have to do that if you don't want to. And this is here's my single stock window, totally customizable. That's what I like to see. Abnormal option activity is here. And the other scans you can't see on my other my other monitor. The 10-day daily breakout and down. Nothing on the breakdowns, but quite a few on the breakouts. Okay, and they're right here. And then the scan I really like to pay attention to. Not too much happening today on it. The blink would have been good if you could have got it right around the 420 mark. It came right back down though, but and then the Stratasys SSYS. But I use this like a watch list. Sometimes later on in the day they do set up. Not very active today. Well, there's the works guys. Works. WORX. Just mentioned it when it was right around here. Nice pop. Doing this little deal with a pink sheet company that a 7 cent pink sheets company that is merging with them. NIO next resistance. Let's take a look at NIO. Somebody from our YouTube room asking about. Now, all I do is look left, okay, whether that's going to be resistance or not. So there's a 200-day moving average. So it's a little bit above that. Okay, so there is that 917, a little bit above that. If you look at the weekly chart for NIO, they did have some news this morning. I guess some new model that they're rolling out. The next 922 was the next high on the weekly chart, so it's a little bit above that. So on the weekly chart, the next high is 1047. Whether that's going to be resistance, okay. Market just in rip mode now, guys. Really, really moving higher. No pullback at all today in the market. It's funny, the two that I was really looking at, the Cipher and the ABSI. Now, the Cipher still has a shot here. It's pretty close to that level that I'm interested in, the 432. Just trying to take out this area right here. And then when you look left, it's got the room. And I think Canaccord put a $550 price target on it. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, but that is the price target they put on. And that is for the CIFR. Well, Pepe, I'm glad we didn't anticipate a big move on the ABSI. Well, up, moving higher here, guys. UP, another one that's had just a tremendous run over the last week and a half, 2 weeks. UP, next high looking left, a little bit close, 393, a little bit too close for me. 393 is the next high looking left. Now, look at CVRX, all-time high. CVRX, what a run. It's been on for a couple of weeks. $12 to $30. CVRX, probably a low float. Yeah, 10.9 million in the float. Very extended. Look at this move today. 25 to 30. Anyone doing this swing picks? Don't know. No new swing picks? Are they from last week? We'll look at them, so I'm not sure. Yeah, are these the same as last week? Come on. Okay, so they are new though. They're not the same as last week. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. You don't mean what were their swing picks that were okay, I see what you mean. I thought you meant is anybody literally like a trade idea is creating the 5 new ones for this week. I yeah, don't like I'm not a swing trader, so I don't do them at all. I see what you mean. I don't know. Anybody who follows the swing picks doing any today? Yeah, I agree, Shaw. I mean, you can usually think of the day after Christmas when pretty sleepy, but I don't think so. I mean, look, this week probably is going to be like this. I think tomorrow in the States isn't tax law selling over tomorrow. Has to be done by tomorrow. No. Okay. I thought I read December 27th was the last day for tax selling. No, I saw that somewhere, so I'm just trying to see where I may have seen it. Okay, if you're short a okay, so I knew there was a December 27th date that I saw. I just can't find it now. Read that somewhere in the pre-market, but okay. So the cipher got over that level that I was interested in, but it came right back down. Bit of a choppy day that I'm finding for the things that I'm following. Okay, I'm sure there are other following some other things. I'm sure they're maybe not as choppy, but for the things that I am following, so I'm going to reset my alert up in that area, that 433 mark. I want to see if it takes it out again. Guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Believe it, Tupperware, for whatever reason, is having a big move here. Tupperware enters into an amendment to their credit amendment to credit agreement. Okay, so I think they did a Chapter 11, and so now they've got an amendment to their credit agreement. Next high looking left on the daily chart is 240, around 240 or 251 or so, 250 or so. That's the next high. It's that red line on the weekly chart. You can see that. That is actually the next, and it coincides with the next high in the weekly chart. So it's a 249. Yeah, a little bit of a down move now in the SPY. So everything is still up. SPY's up, Dow's up, NAS is up. A little bit of a down move in the SPY. Can't answer that, Seth. I have no idea what historically happens if you swing trade into the new year. I'm not a swing trader. Maybe somebody else who swing trades. Maybe there's some historical basis behind that. But to me, also it depends what you're swing trading. Well, remember now, the weekly though, in theory, you're supposed to get rid of them at the end of the week or the Monday, which is a holiday. So the Tuesday in theory. So that's just generally, I think, how the swing picks are. I mean, you get rid of them if they're not working anymore. So it's two different things you're asking. I mean, remember the swing picks. I think the idea is that you buy them at the end of the day or something if it triggers, and then you sell them the following week. But obviously, you would not sell anything if it's still working. So I don't have a link for the layout. Telekinesis. I know it's not quite that, but I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. What I do is I share individual scans. Okay, so if you go to my homepage link, so if you go to my homepage link and you click on the link at the top, you'll be at the top here. Scroll down until that middle section. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, so you've got the abnormal option activity is right here. Now I made a change to the Momo. You can have it just the way it is. I made a change to the momentum scan. So I'm only going to see stocks that trade less than 500 contracts here now. Okay, it was getting a little too redundant. This is the option activity scan. Should go over this right now anyway. Seem to be losing my voice, guys. Sorry. But here are all the other scans that I'm sharing, okay? Here's the single stock window. This is what I like to see. Here's the halts for zooms. So everything you see here, I'm sharing, though I made a modification to the momentum scan. You don't have to do that. You can keep it exactly the way it is, or you can do the same sort of modification, only to see stocks that are trading less than 500 contracts. Okay? Hmm. And that ABSI is trying to come back a little bit here, and I'm holding out for about a 440 break. So let me explain a few things here, okay? So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. Should have done this a lot earlier. This is the format, Monday to Friday, obviously not yesterday, but Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen. I'm live on the mic. Next Monday is a market holiday again. And this is a support room also, okay? So it's not just a trading room. So if you have questions, don't be shy. You can ask questions all day long. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner, and there is a differentiation between a scanner and a screener. A lot of screening programs you can buy out there. But what we really, really are excellent at, real-time alerts. So if I take this momentum scan right now, I click on the summary. So this is what it's looking for, and this is the change that I made. You don't have to do the same change, but I added the stock where the option volume is no more than 499 contracts. And I'll explain that, but you don't have to do the same thing. Look at Tupperware go, TUP. So this is the idea of this is the screening aspect. Stock is between a $1 and $100. The current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. Here's the momentum aspect, 1,000% of normal in the last minute, 400% in 5 minutes. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time any stock met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day was DJHI at 1053. It's 1057 now. So since then, no other stock has met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. So you see the time and you see the price. So this is what we're really, really good at, real-time alerting. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. If I click on search and you see when you see these icons, these are all the real-time alert icons we have. And I just say this every single time, and I'll say it every single time. Don't get hung up on how many we've got. This is, the two most popular ones right at the top here, the new high of the day, new low of the day. But we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I scroll down to these icons, these are the filters, screeners that we've got. We have a lot of different screeners. And the only reason we have so many is because when the company started over 20 years ago, felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they try to create enough different real-time alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, that's the only reason. So do not get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. I only use a handful of them. I have a fairly simple style of trading, and that's it. Okay. So I'm basically an intraday trader. So all I'm really trying to do, keep an eye on this ABSI, guys. All I'm really trying to do, I'm just trying to find stocks that are trading abnormally. I don't want to get into something that's not moving. Why would I want to do that? So the first thing I do is look at the relative volume. So for instance, in the ABSI, the relative volume is 9.37. That means it's trading up to this time of day. Call it 11 o'clock. Well, right now, 11 o'clock Eastern time. The baseline is over 30 days. Okay. And it is a proprietary formula, but it looks at the last 30 days, factors in a few other things, the average price or the average volume over the last 30 days up to this time of day. So right now, ABSI is trading 9 times that. That's abnormal. So it's not the volume that I'm looking for. I don't care if the stock is trading a million shares. That may not be abnormal. Okay, if that's what it normally does, then why do I want to see it? So I want to see stocks that are trading abnormally. And the first way I do it is checking out their actual volume. The second way I do it is checking out their option volume. All right, guys, getting closer here. This ABSI. So I look at their option volume also. I don't trade options, but if a stock is also having abnormal option activity or option volume today, option volume, I want to know about it. So for instance, if we look at ABSI, not only is the relative volume, that volume is abnormal. This is actually interesting. The option volume today is 644 contracts. The minimum in here has to be 500 before it'll pass or meet the filter requirement. And that would have to represent 150% of normal, 1.5 times normal. So this is actually 9.2 times normal, which is almost the same as the relative volume. That's kind of rare. Let's take a look at up. So you can see the relative volume is 3.7, 3.7 times normal volume. And that actually is also, and it's 4.5 times its normal option volume. So coupled, if I can find stocks that are trading abnormally option and also volume, those stocks I really want to pay attention to. And again, that's as an intraday trader. Okay, guys, let's take a look at CCLD. And you'll see that most of the stocks that we see here, because I'm looking for stocks that are moving, nice percentage moves. Most of them are going to be what we call low floats. It's not that I have a scan that I'm looking only for low floats, but I mean, for stock to be up 18%, typically the float has to be pretty low. And so when you look at this float here, 8.8 million, for me, a low float is anything under 20 million. That is, that's what I look at. It's not that I have a filter that restricts it, but you can almost, I mean, a stock, there's only one way usually that a stock can have big percentage moves, and that would be because of the float. Apple, Apple, when you look at Apple, Apple's down minus 2.7%. Obviously not too interesting for me anyway. And look at the float, 15.5 billion. Its relative volume, 0.64. I mean, it's not trading normally. Normal would be one. So it's a little less than normal. And the reason, 15 billion in the float, that would take a lot of volume, extraordinary volume, probably some extraordinary news for Apple to move. And it has done it in the past. You know, I think there was an Apple earnings shock a while back. But anyway, that's why I don't typically look at, the Apples and the Microsofts and all that, just because they don't move that much for my style of trading. So Richard, almost, I'm out everything by the end of the day. I rarely hold anything. I'm not a swing trader. I'm in and out. Now, it's not that I'm in and out in 5 minutes or 2 minutes. I mean, it depends on how it's trading. I could get into something at the beginning of the day if I like it and hold all day. But I'm typically rarely do I hold anything overnight. Well, any broker will allow you to do that. Now, if you're in the States, you probably know you have a pattern day trading rule, PDT. Give me one moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Yeah, so just so you know, so I mean, any broker will allow you to day trade. I mean, it's not as long as I asked about the PDT just in case you're in the States, you got to have over 25,000 in account, et cetera, et cetera. I'm in Canada, so that has never affected me, but any broker will allow you to intraday trade. Okay, guys, let's see. All right, so here's another one. So ADEX, I obviously have been pretty active. Oh, this is one of those SPACs. Okay. Oh, another crypto play, guys. Got to explain to me. I mean, we have a lot of these crypto plays that are just really trading on their own. I mean, look at Bitcoin, BITO. I mean, I have it down $1,100 now, approximately. Okay, so typically the crypto plays will follow whatever is happening with Bitcoin, but some of them, I'm not saying they're all moving higher, but we're getting a lot of crypto plays that are just having great days. Hmm. Well, again, maybe keep an eye on the alt. I mean, it's holding over 10, not badly. ALT, it's holding over 10. Maybe if it gets over, say 10, 10, 15, 10, 16, that might get it rolling again. It did hit a high of 1037 today. And if I back this out, let's take a look at the monthly chart to see where it could keep going. Oh, that's right. So we have a high of 1238 on the monthly chart for ALT. Big month for it. PXLW, this is just showing up a little over a dollar. PXLW. Yeah, I don't like it. To me, there's just too much resistance not that far away. Yeah, the ARBV still has a little bit of room on the monthly chart anyway, 485. That's a lot of room. We're going to back this out, see what it looks like on the weekly chart. It's the same. So that monthly high is the same as the weekly high for ARBB. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 11:13. So in about 45 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Michael Noss should be taking over for me. I will. He says he's feeling a little under the weather, so I just want to make sure. Yeah, so I have a couple of races that I'm sharing, Richard. I just don't use them anymore. Okay, but if you go to my homepage, they are there. I just don't use the races anymore. Okay, I I I use them for I don't know, a couple of months. I didn't mind them, but I got back into just wanting to see real time alerts, my style of trading. Okay, doesn't mean that the races are bad, or but I am sharing a couple of races, and here they are. See, I got a couple of races, biggest gainers from the open and large cap gainers from the open. So you can have them. I just don't use them anymore. Does it mean it's bad? Copy the layout from the cloud and all the windows are blank. Any idea why? Whose layout? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Whose layout are you talking about? Hopefully you can hear me. Kalis, you're talking about, are you talking about my individual scans? So understand that when you load one of my scans, it'll probably be blank until, because you're not going to see all the original alerts, if that's what you're talking about. Okay, you're not going to see all the original alerts. Whatever time you load the scan, that is when you'll start to see some alerts. Okay. Now, if you're still not seeing, I mean, it depends when you loaded it, but I mean, we just had like which one did you load? Which particular scan did you load? Okay, so I'm not sharing the layout. I am Frank Gambino. I'm sharing the individual scans. Okay, you can kind of pick and choose what scans you want. So if you click on my homepage link, I just put that in. So here are the scans that I'm sharing, okay? So if you click on my homepage link, you'll be at the top. Just scroll down, individual scans that I'm sharing. What you can see, the abnormal option activity right there. I have it now. The Momo scan, if you load it, will look a little bit different. Okay, just because I've added this in the one that that I see here, I decided to sort of limit to stocks that are trading less than 500 option contracts. You don't have to do that, but these are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, so just go to my homepage. You can kind of pick and choose what you want. What was the name of it? Okay, what was the name of it? If it's from my just give me an idea what the name of it was. Okay, you're on my page. Well, if you again, okay, you're at the top here. You're be at the top. Just scroll down. Okay, scroll down until you see my scans. And again, there's the momentum scan. But again, I have a variation of it now. You don't have to do the same thing, but there's the momentum scan is right here. There's the abnormal option activity right there. There's the halts resumes right there. And here's my single stock window right there. So they're all there. Oh, it was from somebody else. Okay. Well, that is harder for me to, it's just possible that there are no alerts. I mean, anything is possible. It depends on the filters that are you getting alerts from anything else? In other words, you have a green ball, make sure you are connected. Okay. Yeah, you better make sure you do at least those 10 videos, okay? You probably don't have to do the first. I mean, you've obviously got a layout, you've got your toolbar, but I would absolutely take a look at the very, very least, okay? The very least, talking to somebody in our YouTube room, when you click on my homepage link, I just put it in there, and the trading one, sorry, the getting started. Okay, because again, you probably don't have to do the download and install. You probably have your first startup and login. But really take a look at this: the introduction scans, top list windows, and alert windows. These are very short videos, but it's the whole basis behind trade ideas, really. Okay. Yeah, that's the other thing, as Pepe is saying. Sometimes you might have a green ball and you think, well, wait a minute, I am connected. That green ball will show you that you're connected. But if you're not getting any information at all, it's very possible you have not filled out the exchange agreements. They all have to be filled out. NASDAQ and NYSE wants to know if you're a professional trader. If you are, then they're going to charge you. It's more I would say 99.9% of the time, our customers are not professional traders, but it has to be filled out. And if you go to our homepage and ask our accounting people, they'll be able to tell you if you filled them out correctly. And they'll also give you a link for it, just in case. So I'll get, and all you have to do is just give them your email. Okay, so if you go to the homepage, I just put this. There is no full dark mode. No. If you go to the home page and click on the homepage link and then need help and just say, hey, I just signed up. This is the email address I used. Maybe I don't appear to be getting alerts. They'll check to see whether or not you have signed your, filled out the exchange agreements. And if you haven't, they'll give you a link. Okay. It's a common reason why people aren't getting alerts. Well, again, Frank, if you take a look at my homepage, at the very least, the very, very, very least, okay, you click on my homepage link, not that one, sorry, my homepage link up here, where you found my scans. Okay, at the very least, the getting started will get you started, okay? Including the, introduction to scans and what our top list windows are all about and the alert windows. And if you want to have in more depth about all that, then again, you go to my homepage link, and if you click here on the education section, we have a great user guide, lots of videos, lots of text, so more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You want somebody asked about stock racing, how to create a price alert on the charts. Now, again, this is a software program, so there's a lot in this manual, and you don't have to learn it all. But I certainly would know I would look at this, the alert windows and top list windows, at least. The whole basis behind trade ideas, really. Know what they are. If you want to create your own, it'll explain how to do it. Again, that's in the education section of my homepage. And then when you get there, just click on the user guide. Okay, guys, sorry, talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I'm just trying to check to see whether or not Michael will be. Happy Boxing Day. Yeah, yeah. Happy Boxing Day. What am I doing in this room? All right, guys. Let's see. So back, okay, back has been all over the place, but BACK is trying to come back. It probably, yeah, it held the VWAP, kind of held the VWAP. Well, not really. It got down to 376. The VWAP's at 404. So it got below the VWAP, popped through the VWAP. Now it looks like it's on the move a little bit again. And that is BACK. Okay, guys, 11:30, half an hour in my break. Michael says he will be in our YouTube room. So I take my break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. So site still has some room. SGHT still has a little bit of room now. The weekly chart, 653. Actually, it's about a dollar. Nobody's saying it's getting there, but it does have some room. BP back up over 4 now. Let's see if it can hold this 4 level and run a little bit from there. No shadies in this one. The VWAP is 343, so that is well above it. The volume is 1,800. Look at the volume, 74 million shares, 1.44 in the float. So it has traded the float many, many, many times over. This is one of those that, could go crazy later on in the day. I mean, it's already up 321%. I do get that, but it could, believe it or not, because of that 481, I mean, it could come to life again later on in the day. That's why I've got some alerts set up here. It's hard to believe that something can keep moving when it's already up 300%, but it can happen. So, site does not have news today, but they had some news last week on the 18th and the 19th. Insiders are up 20% on their $2.99 million purchase. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, up. You're right. Up, making another new high here, guys. UP making another new high, coming closer and closer to that next high. Not only in the weekly chart, but the daily chart. 425, getting closer and closer. That's what that red line is. Well, if it somehow can crack that, then the next high, looking left, is wow, 530. So if it can somehow crack that 420 level, and the next high on the weekly chart is 530. Hmm. Surprise, there are some shorts available, Interactive Brokers for this one. 15,000 shares available. Not that I want to short it right now, but I mean, this could reject it. That high right there at 425, it gets close, that could reject it for a while anyway. Well, only a couple of alerts from my favorite scan guys, but I didn't take. Well, I would have taken the blink if I had been able to act a little more quickly. Though that would have been a very short-lived trade. But from 420, it did get up to almost 450, and then it came right back down. The Stratasys I kind of shied off anyway. I thought this is a rumored buy by NNDM. Company confirmed that it has received a proposal. It doesn't mean they're going to accept it, but and that's for NNDM making an offer to buy Stratasys, SSYS, at 1650 a share. I just thought that that high right there was too close until there's 1451 and that high right there. And then that's where it's sort of stalling right at 1465. I just thought it was too close. So I did not take that trade. All right, guys, not really seeing too much for me right now. There's the Nio, had some news, new car unveiled, getting right into that 200-day moving average. You can see that blue line in my daily chart. There's a 200-day moving average. It did get a little bit above it, not much though. Boy, there's the Stratasys. Well, I blew it on the Stratasys. I guess I should have just taken it. So now the next high looking left is a little higher now, 1484 on the daily chart. And that's actually from our AI also, guys. 1430, you can see right there, 1430 in the y-axis. That was an AI alert for Stratasys, SSYS. So that actually worked out pretty nicely from our AI. Yeah, the ARBB doesn't look as good to me. The ABSI looks a little bit better to me. Maybe later on, ABSI. I think I have an alert around 440. Yeah, it looks a little bit better to me than the ARBB. Sure, those alerts are so set. 437. I'll put an alert at 437. Can't even see the next. Yeah, there is the next high on the daily chart. Just kind of see it right there. It's around 450 something. Around 450 is the next high on the daily chart for ABSI. Yeah, look at Stratasys go now, guys. Well, I outsmarted myself. I really did. I mean, there's the alert at 1451, 1482 now. Oh, you are very welcome, Frank. Come back and see us tomorrow. Keep an eye on the alt, guys. I mean, the alt's holding 10 nicely. ALT holding 10 nicely. It had a bottoming tail, got right down to 10, bounced off 10. A little high looking left is 1019, but the high of the day is 1035. That's for alt, ALT. Yeah, market is shaking off that red bar so far anyway. I haven't seen SXTP on my alerts since the pre-market. Haven't seen anything. I don't think anyway. Haven't seen anything about that one since the pre-market. Meanwhile, up just made another new high. Now here's a new one here, guys, in the momentum scan. OPFI. Another one that's had just a great run over the last 2 months, 220, 489. That's over a couple of months. Just trying to see if there's any news today for up. I mean, it may have been just, we're just talking about momentum play. Might have had some news back here. I don't really remember. Yeah, I don't see any news on this one. Not that I can see in a instant headline anyway, or the up. Let's take a look at SXTP again. I won't see any of these things until they hit a new high. Hmm. So the pre-market high is way up here at 169. That is for the SXTP. Yeah, I mean, here's your magnet, maybe the 1035, which is the high of the day. Boy, nothing stopping up yet, guys. UP, I mean, there's your next high now. Looking left on the daily chart is way up here, a dollar away on the daily chart. This has just got a ton of room. Nobody's saying it's getting to this high, but at least when you look at chart resistance, you don't have to worry about that. That is a long ways off. Not a crazy low float. I mean, it's a low float. 11 million is very low, but it's not like one of those crazy ones that are like a million shares. So this is really, really moving here. Only one red bar. And the reason it's not showing up in the combo scan is that the relative volume is only 5.99. It's got to be 8 to show up here. Otherwise, every other filter is meeting the requirements or are meeting the requirements. And just too extended, Pepe, I think, the up, it just made it into the RV6, but it's so extended now. Though it may not matter. I mean, for a short period anyway. In case you're wondering what I'm talking about, is that we took this is this scan here, just but reducing the relative volume from 8 to 6. So you can see we got a couple of extra ones here just by doing that. The ABSI and the up. The ABSI did not, but like we said earlier, the ABSI looked very extended, and it was, and it did not move higher from there. And the up looks extended, so consequently, hard to take those. Well, it's got a ton of room, a ton of room on the daily chart. Yeah, it's got almost $1. I'd like to see just some semblance of a pullback. I guess here, right here. Excuse me. Oh man, if this it would only just pause, even for like for 15 minutes or pull back a little bit, unless you're in it. I don't want it to do that to you, but I mean, it's UP because of the room it's got. All right, guys, it's 11:54. So what I'm going to do now, first, a couple of things. I'm going to put my announcement in. I'll be on a break in about 5 minutes or so when Michael gets into our YouTube room. Okay, guys. So look at that huge pullback now for up. That's why I didn't. I was hoping that we would get something, well, not like this, not quite like this, but who knows? Maybe this will hold it. What's the VWAP? 389. So maybe this will kind of hold it. Maybe getting back up to 419. It could get it running again. Maybe. But that's a pretty big topping tail. Yeah, so even though a trigger, first of all, I'll be taking my break, so there's no way I can take something like this. This is way too volatile. You know, it's interesting right now. There's about a third of the volume of the day right in that 15-minute candle, right in this one. 1.7 million have traded, so that's 589,000 and counting in this candle. So about a third of the day right there. Alt guys, alt, nice move now. Who's happening with Tupperware here? TUP. Another one coming right into that next high, 249. If it can somehow take that out, 272 is the next high on the weekly chart anyway. And that's for Tupperware, TUP. They had some kind of announcement entering into an amendment to their credit agreement. Let's take a look at Ampex here, guys. AMPX. Always love these ones that just break above the whole number. Next high looking left, too close. Too bad. Too close. If this were the next high looking left, this would be really interesting. 454 or so from 4. But when I look left, I just see could be some blockage right around 413. So too close for me. Doesn't mean it's going to be blocked there, but that's just the way I trade. Okay, guys, up is back now. Up is starting to come back a little bit. UP is coming back a little bit.
Barry.
Michael Noss is now in the room, guys. You just heard his little. Can you hear me, Michael?
I can.
Okay. Okay, guys, Michael's in the room. I'm going to mute myself in the main room. We'll see you guys at about 1 o'clock. So bloated and sick. Good combination, Michael.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's a problem when you visit so many people and they all have kids and they're all shoving their hands in each other's mouths and stuff. It's just to be expected.
Well, you got to keep your hands out of your mouth.
That's the goal, right?
That's
Remember
the
that
goal.
in the beginning
And
with
don't touch
COVID?
your
Just don't
eyes.
don't touch your face.
Don't touch
And
your
when
face
you
at all. I know it's hard for you, Michael. You love your face, but I mean, don't touch it.
well, with a face as pretty as mine, how could you not?
That's right. That beautiful beard of yours. All right, my friend, I will take off now. We'll see you in about an hour.
All right. Have fun.
Okay. Okay.
Later. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will try to keep muting every time I have to cough or snort or something like that, but I will be here for the next hour. For those who do not know, what we do each and every day around noon Eastern is we give Barry some much needed time off And we open up the room to some live Q&A. So you can ask anything that you were wanting to ask about trading or trade ideas or anything like that. So um, feel free to ask away. Again, we love the questions because we don't have anything prepared. Right? We're not. We want to make sure that we have the time, the space, and the room for questions. So we obviously don't prepare anything. Um, and in the meantime, if there are no questions, what you're going to do is watch me catching up with my homework. Because to be honest, between the sick brain fog and um, just the general Christmas fog, I haven't done really any looking at the market. I've spent all of my time doing other things that I have to get done today. Get those out of the way. So I'm here on the main website on the sector scope, which is one of my favorite parts of the website. And the idea simply here is that I'm looking for what's going on when it comes to the overall market, individual names, and things like that. So I have this sorted by change from the close, and it's just looking at a list of ETFs. It's basically going in and pulling that ETF list out, right? So you can see pretty much everything's up, including solar, and then we have UNG is the only down listed sector right now, and down pretty big, but that's to be expected, right? UNG has been a dog for a very long time, right? If we go to the monthly chart here, capped out at $100, and now it's at 4. I remember debating people, I think even in this room, saying, "Hey, it's oversold. It's got to bounce at 50, and then at 20, and then at 10, and at this rate, right? Natural gas probably isn't going to go to zero, but doesn't mean it needs to recover anytime soon." So also, we have a nice race here, and this is just saying what's moving at the time. Looks like uranium's moving a bit, but let's look at these candles, right? We're halfway through the day. This candle in uranium is barely existing. And then we have the SPY. And this is common, right? There's no eco news out right now. There's not going to be a whole lot of traders at their desk. So you're going to get smaller moves in overall names and choppier moves in the things that are actually in play. So I'm sure there are names in play right now. Right, we had so even solar, which is leading our up sector, is still just stuck within this range right here, which is fine. you know Now, if we go to stuff that's popping about, the stuff that's in the news, you're going to see some of this, but I just tell people to be careful during these times where volumes are just going to be a little bit low. Essentially, a lot of the traders right now are just going to be retail traders. Um, which again, there's obviously, it's one beauty of trade ideas. We'll find stuff that's moving for you, but just know it's going to be kind of more retail focused. So if it was me, even though I'm not really doing much trading right now, I have a very stringent no trading while sick rule. If I was, I would really be focused on this stuff that's in play. I've got a couple trades on that I'm watching, like GCT. I've been in this one for a little bit, looking to see if we get a solid close. If we can get a close above this kind of $17 area, that's going to be interesting. If we reject here, I may need to get out of this position. Mainly watching this one because of the short float, and then we have Upstart UPST. I've been in this one for a while from kind of this area right here. It's putting in a nice flag here. I'm actually watching this one to potentially add Steve Gomez from our little trader room that we have in Slack was pointing this one out. Right, so I've got a kind of just watching this trend line here. See if we can turn and break that. Then I'll probably look to get involved in that name. Merry Christmas. What's the recommended approach holding times for the TI strength? Let's go into TI strength here. Oops. Why is that not working? Oh, well. We'll see. And yes, it's to follow your trading plan. I know you just told me not to say that, but the back test was done by rotating each week, but obviously you wouldn't just blindly follow a back test. That's if you it's not going to show a password, right? Okay. Obviously you're not just going to blindly follow a back test without putting your own thought into the matter. Or if you are, then when you lose a bunch of money in the market, you just got to go, well, that's my fault. I didn't bother doing the bare minimum amount of work as a trader, which is to, of course, build a trading plan. So what I do is I look at the trend of them, right? If they're trending at the end of the week, then I keep them. And if they're not trending in my direction, I get rid of them. I try not to overcomplicate it too much. See, this BSY is very interesting to me. I look at these mainly on the weekly chart because they're longer term plays looking for a breakout here. But you could do a lot of things. You could grab moving average, say as long as it's above that moving average, stay in. You could do a trend line and say, okay, as long as it's not breaking a trend line, I'm going to stay in. You could just keep every time the week is green, you could stay in till you get a red week. You could do any number of exit styles. So again, the back test had to be done by closing at the end of each week, because the point of the back test, again, is not to have people just not want to trade. Not the work of trading is developing a trading plan and tracking that trading plan. That's trading, right? Clicking a button and buying and selling stocks, that's not trading. It's to prove a point, which is that buying these names and rotating into the strongest ones based off pretty much any plan is going to beat the market in the long run, right? So just keep in mind that that's the end goal of all of this. And then from there, just know that that's the mission, and that by doing that kind of rotation, you'll end up doing okay. And from there, you're just optimizing, right? So for me, it becomes a simple question, because these are, again, longer term type plays. Is it still in an uptrend for my time frame? If the answer is yes, then I'm going to continue to get involved, right? This layout's just the swing picks from your channel bar right here. So you just click on swing picks and boom, I'll open that layout for you. All right, so I just look at it and I say, hey, is this in an uptrend? Again, you could pick a moving average. You could grab I don't know, what's a common? A 10-period moving average. Yeah, that's what this is. An 8 EMA is another common moving average. And just say, hey, if it's above that, I'm going to stay in, if you're looking for trailing metrics. But again, if you do not have a plan for these and you're trading them, it's like the cardinal sin, right? It's like you will lose money, and there kind of will be no one to blame, right, but yourself. Right? That's the work. At the end of the day, trading is really just hitting buttons. So you need to make sure that you're doing the actual work of trading, which is creating a trading plan and sticking to that, and not just, and when you get there, not doing the whole strategy hop thing. I see this with traders so often, and it's so detrimental. And I wish I could figure out a way to have people stop doing it. But like by strategy hopping, I mean, one day I'm going to be a relative strength swing trader, and then the next day I'm going to be a momentum day trading scalper, and then this day I'm going to be this, and this day I'm going to be this. And then the issue becomes, if you do that long enough, you end up being a kind of jack of all trades and a master of none. So you don't end up mastering any trading style. You end up being not very good at a whole lot of trading styles. And it's very natural when you start trading, but then there's got to be a point where you sit down, you kind of focus on one thing. When I mentored traders one-on-one, I'd see it all the time. Someone would come to me and say, I tried trading Forex, then I tried trading futures, and then I tried options, and then I was a swing trader and a day trader and this and that and the other thing over and over again. And that was always my first thing. It's like, find out a style and then do nothing but that style for like 6 months to a year. You got to commit. The equivalence I gave, it's like starting a diet and saying, oh, well, I followed this diet for a week and I don't have like an 8-pack. So this diet sucks. Right? It's like, no, well, you didn't stick with it long enough to learn anything about it, right? All right, what's going else in the market? I wanted to check something here. Duplicate here. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Opposite. I'm really eyeing pullbacks right now. Just trying to see what else is on TI strength here. Netflix. That's interesting. Usually don't see a lot of these big names up here. Usually it's trying to find AAOI. 26% short float. That's pretty wild. Massive move from $10 to 23. I personally love these. Right? If you get, I say it all the time, right? If the stock has a high short float, but it's selling off, then who cares, right? The shorts are winning. They have no need to cover. Great, good for them. They picked a bad name, and that name's going down. They're making a bunch of money, so they got all the time in the world to cover. However, if you see a high short float like this, like a 26%, and then this thing's gone from $6 to 25, right? Those shorts have got to be nervous. Whoa, from $1 to 25. If you zoom out a bit, yeah, that to me is a recipe for a short squeeze, because kind of for a fact that a lot of these guys, they're having a real hard time. So at some point, their broker's going to come a knocking. So I really like names like this. So I'm going to watch this AAOI. It's weird, though. It's making this 12% gain here, but it's doing so on less than normal volume, which is interesting. It's like a little under the radar push here for this guy. Was there news? B. Riley Securities Analyst reiterates buy rating. Who I have never heard of B. Riley Securities Analyst before. And that's the only news today. So is that all the that's all the news today? Yeah. Just some random analyst firm that I've certainly never heard of. Just giving an upgrade, right? Yeah, trader. Essentially, just like with anything, right? The idea is that the algorithm just tells you that these are stocks that you should look at that have some type of edge to them. That's the whole point of the back test, is for us to go, right, there's a million different stocks to look at, right? And the there's like 10,000 tradable instruments you can look at any day. And the biggest problem that a lot of traders have is they go, of these 10,000 instruments, what do I look at and why? Right? So that's what we tried to solve with a lot of the things, like the AI for day trading, and the TI strength for kind of swing trading and then longer term trading. Is we can give you a list and we can say you should look at these, and then this is the back test of if you buy these things and then rotate into them weekly. Now, it doesn't mean that we're saying trade them like that back test. What we're saying is that the back test basically proves that these particular securities have some type of edge to them, right? So then, of all the 10,000 securities out there in the universe, these names in particular have an edge over the market. Now, from there, what we want you to do as a trader is to go, okay, well, that's great. I have, some statistical arbitrage, you can call it, right? I have a back test. I have a thing that I can hold that says, yes, if I trade these securities to the long side, that I have a chance to beat the market, right? Just based off just buying them and rotating into them every week, right? Um, but the hope is then you go, okay, well, now I'm going to build a trading plan that has, like I just talked about here, this is one of the things that I like, buying very strong names with high short floats. I don't want to buy weak names with strong or high short floats. I want to buy strong names with high short floats. Or it could just be a technical. I'm going to keep looking at these until I find a nice tight technical break bases, and I'm going to wait to break those bases. And then you could say something like, and I'm going to use what is a 10 SMA to trail the stop on them. So the hope is that you take the kind of statistical advantage that we gave you by building this model and this back test, and then you apply your own kind of trader eye to it, so that you start with a place of advantage, and then you're able to use your own trading knowledge and your own trading eye as advantage. Like, so for example, one, I think the easiest example is that if I'm looking at this TI strength algo, which is long only, and let's say I think the market, or even like when the market was like crappy, even back here, or especially right back in this area where we were just selling, like this was just ugly, ugly, ugly action. It could be as simple as my the trading quote unquote knowledge or experience or whatever was just telling me to stay out of this, right? I was doing a lot more revision to the mean, like buying bounces in this ugly market, because buying breakouts probably isn't going to work nearly as well, right? So, the fact that I'm bullish the market because we're in this Santa Claus rally type period, and you kind of have to be bullish this market unless you're some sort of weird perma bear, because we're just so close to all-time highs. We've been, rallying for a year now, and we're so close to all-time highs. Trying to catch a top here, I think it's just madness. So then I can take that being bullish the market, and then I can apply that knowledge to this algorithm. So if that makes sense, it's always the example that I like to give is that, there's this field of chess. If anyone ever has played chess any or watched chess, where there's these guys who will play like computer assisted chess, where they've got a chessboard and they've got a laptop, and they're trying to, they'll look up uh, uh, moves and opening gambits and things like this that their opponent's using. They're not just going to follow the the guidelines exactly, but what they may do is they may say, um, I've seen that my opponent is doing this opening gambit, and they may ask the computer which defenses work the best against this aggressive play. And then it might give them like 10 or 15 different things they can use, and then they'll use their own brain and their own knowledge on top of that knowledge that they get from the computer. And that trade ideas, that's kind of the same thing that we're trying to do, where it's like, you can go to Holly, who's just going to spit out trade recommendations for you all day. Um, so these are some. Let's look at all of them, not just the profitable ones. There's only 3 today, right? And that looks like a buyout to me. Well, that's a perfect example, right? So this JRCL was a recommended trade. Let's go into the 5-minute chart here. Yeah, so this was recommended today as a trade, but I would look at this JRCL and just say, oh, this really looks like a buyout. And then I'd go research it, and I bet you it's a buyout, just because anything that gaps up like that and doesn't move is generally speaking a buyout. This FUSN, right? This is something that I would be a little bit more interested, but I wouldn't just buy it right here when the AI told me to buy it, because it's selling off at that point, right? I kind of like it, if you bought it on the way back through like this, or you bought it when it came into the 10 period and held or something like that. So again, I'm taking the suggestion that the AI is giving me, and then I'm adding on top of that my own knowledge as a trader, right? And I don't know where it's telling you to put the stop. But for me, I would have, if I'm buying it on the way back up here, I would just put the stop the low of the day. Right. So uh, it's the way I trade anyway. Right. This one looks nice. This SSYS. I probably would have taken this the same time the AI told me to, just right through this kind of opening range. And I don't know where it's telling you to put the stop, but for me, it would have been the low of this red candle kind of right here. And then I probably would have been out as it closed below, say, the 10 period or the ADMA or something like that. So the idea is that you take a system like this and you don't just do what the system says, but you take it as there's a probability that this thing is going to be higher than $7.77 by the end of the day. Right, that would have been the math that was done in the back test, right? Is that if it bought it at $7.77, and then you fast forward to the end of the day, there was some statistical advantage that it would be higher than that point, right? So I would take that and I'd say, okay, that's good, but for me, that's not really good enough, right? I want to see some sort of technical pattern. I want to see maybe a support zone hold. I don't know what the pre and post market on this looked like. Right? I want to combine these factors. For me, it's like I want to see kind of 2 or 3 factors together. Like, these double dojis, for example. This is a clear sign of indecision in the stock. Buying it above or a close above those candles, that might be a good way to do it. Little things like this. Like I'm going to use my trader eye on top of just here's what the system wants. And for me, that's the way I've been trading for the last handful of years, and I really, really like it. Like the idea is that what is going to separate? I always think of it like this: what's going to separate me from, the Goldman Sachs of the world, right? The guys out there with way more money than I do, and way better resources than I have, and all of these things. Like, what's gonna separate me there? Well, I think what's gonna separate me is I can leverage back tests and technologies and all of that and statistics. But then I have the technical eye that I've built up, and I can kind of parry off of those, right? Yeah, this BSY is from the list. You can see it's number 2 ranked still today. This looks like it's a slow burner. I don't even know what they do. But it's a really nice looking pattern here, right? If that's, to me, if that's not a little bit of a cup and handles look right here. And if that's not like a little cup and handle look, I don't know what is. So what do you guys do? Software for infrastructure engineering, enabling the work of civil, structural, geotechnical plant engineering. That sounds fancy. Not a huge short float, not a really big float either. Only 200,000 or 200 million shares in the float. $15 billion market cap, so it's a mid cap. It's not a little tiny guy. A lot of debt. That kind of sucks. Do they make money? Yeah, they're profitable. I don't care too much about fundamentals. I don't think there's any power in reading fundamentals, but if I'm going to try to hold things for a period of time, being profitable is nice, I guess. And then I'm looking at the news here. TB Asset Management AS boosts stakes in BSY. So there's a 13F. Why? This is how you can tell, like, these articles are AI written. TB Asset Management bought 197 shares during the period, and we're supposed to care about that. Like, if I'm going to buy this thing on a breakout here, I'm going to buy more than 197 shares. I wonder if they'll write an article about me. That's hilarious. Let's go look at the monthly, right? Just see what it's looking like. Oh, is that it? That's it's a relatively new issue then. Oh, that's even more interesting to me. Yeah, it's above all major anchored VWAPs. 200,000 shares. So you got to just note that it's not super liquid. Just means that, not a lot of people care about it right now. Yeah, but I like it. So if we close today above, like, say 53 or so, I'll probably pick up some of this guy. I'll stop out at 50. So I'm risking $3 a share. And then I just quickly do the math and say, do I think that there is a chance, a decent chance that I get, 2 times this risk? Which means if I'm risking $3, do I think I could get $6, which would get us under 60? Yeah, I think that this, getting from here to there is super possible. And the fact that this is a new issue, that would mean $72 would be a new all-time high. So that's definitely something I think I'm going to add on a breakout here to my holdings. Now, this wouldn't be a planned short-term trade, because I don't think this would, we're on a weekly chart here. I don't think this would explode to $60 in a couple days. I think you're holding this for a few months to potentially get that. So you just have to be okay with that. Just because, again, it doesn't seem like it's something that moves around very much at all, which is good and bad, right? So I have different accounts for different. I have accounts for things that I just want to hold for a day or two, and then I have accounts that I have things that I want to hold longer. And it just means that those accounts I just don't check on as much. I'll check on them once a week. And that's a lot of what I do with TI Strength. Monday is a very active. Monday and Friday for that account are active because on Friday I just go through and I just go, what isn't cooperating, right? Well, what isn't moving in my way, right? Yeah, well, that's entirely up to the person. What I'm watching with BSY, and the reason I want to buy it above 53 is just all of the candlestick analysis, right? So I'm looking at these weekly candles, and I'm just noting that every time we get above 53, there's some creature, some large institution, some fund, something that is pushing us back down, right? So we break 53 and then someone pushes us back down. I wonder if this is illustrated well on the daily chart as well. Yeah, you can see all of these topping tails up here, right? So we rally on this day from 52 up to 54, and then it sells back down. Then on this day, right, from 53.50, then it sells back down. So these topping tails are telling me that there's some force that is every time we're kind of up in this area, just sells it as well, right? So um, what I'm looking for is just some evidence that whoever has been selling there is gone, right? So I think if we get a couple closes or a close up above 53, that'll be my entry. And then if we reverse like we have these other times, I'll just get back out and try again. I'd rather be wrong twice and then right the third time than to just take out one big trade and walk away, right? I'd rather manage them. Yes, Frankie, if you are on Eastern, your clock would show 12:30. It's just how different time zones work. It is 12:30 Eastern. That's correct. I am not on Eastern. So that's why my time zone is just a little different. And then when Barry comes back, we'll be on a different time zone again. So his clock will be different again. We are international and worldwide. Yeah, I don't know who Juan is, but if his trading works for him, that's great, but I will follow my trading plan. So I do that a lot where I try to look for areas. When we click through, maybe I'll see something where there seems to be an obvious buyer or seller. Like, here's one. Do I have my Epic pen? Oh, I hate Windows. Just always popping stuff up on me. So here's a pretty obvious one. So if you look at Intel, right here. Oh, William O'Neill. Yeah, that works for him. Great. So you see like $45 or so. We had this time that it reached $45, put in a topping tail and then sold off. And then here's the next time it reached $45 and put in this massive topping tail. So for me, I'm saying, okay, there's definitely uh, some group of people or some institution or something that has a sell, and they say, I want to sell Intel above $45. So if I'm interested in buying Intel, my move would be, okay, give me a candle close above this $45, which would have happened like right here. And to me, that's kind of a proof that, okay, this type of dude, whoever's selling this area right here, that guy's gone. And now I can, again, nothing is for sure, but I can be a little more confident that if that guy is gone, then I can take that trade. So that's kind of what I'm looking at with a lot of these names, and I do that all the time. Is at what point do I see, for example, anything in the chart that can give me some clue on what the recent market participants in? Because at the end of the day, that's all technical analysis is. A basic trend analysis, right? Is the stock going up or down? We know that buying stocks in an uptrend beats buying stocks in a downtrend, right? That's just a provable thing. You can go back through history and notice that buying things in an uptrend seems to beget more uptrends, and buying stocks in a downtrend doesn't. So that's one use of technical analysis. And then the other one is just saying, what is the most recent price action, right? So for a bull flag, or for a cup and handle, or any of these, a inverse head and shoulders, whatever it is, none of these patterns hold any magic. And you can even ask William O'Neill yourself if he was still around. The pattern is not magic. What a technical pattern is just trying to paint a picture of what has happened recently in the buyers and sellers. So where is the investor sentiment in any individual name, right? So I see a bull flag here. So big push up, and now we've got some consolidation here on this fresh FRSH. There's no magic to this pattern, right? It just means that we've had a push up, and then we rested for a while, and then we had a push up, and then we rested for a while. So if buyers overwhelm sellers here and we push higher, then I just think this trend has a higher chance to persist than it does to reverse. And I will be wrong about that often, but that's just the way she goes. So I think it's always important to not get lost in like mysticism when it comes to technical analysis and trading and all of these things. I think that can be very problematic for traders. I see people on Twitter and things like this fighting about the exact definition of a cup and handle, or a bull flag, or a bear flag, or something like this. And I think that this is hyper problematic. We got Bitcoin selling a bit, eh? I think this is hyper problematic because there is no magic in any of these patterns. They're just simply kind of showing you what's happening. Our buyers or our sellers taking control, right? What is there a consolidation, and does that consolidation seem like it's something that will resolve higher? Then yeah, maybe. I just noticed on another screen we got a little bit of a, oh, it's nothing crazy, a little bit of a Bitcoin sell. I only really care because I own a bunch of Mara, which I've talked about with you guys a bunch. Obviously, wish I had more, but I still have a little bit left. Was just hoping that that wasn't going to be too bad, and it's not. Which is weird. You think if they're selling Bitcoin, Mara would go as well, right? Yeah, William O'Neill. Yeah, sometime this year we lost him. One of the greats came up with a very good trading strategy that a lot of people to this day follow some degree of. I don't think there's too many like people that follow it kind of 100% the way he wrote it. And I think a lot of that just has to do with over time, markets change and you have to adapt a little bit. But if you really read his work, which I have, and you look, at the end of the day, what he was really trying to get across was simply buy things breaking out of bases or breaking into uptrends, and then B, do so in companies that are healthy financially. And at the end of the day, that was about it, right? He was looking for companies that were growth stocks, right? Is kind of the way to put it. So a company that is growing revenue, or is growing earnings, or they're doing something in which more people are buying their stuff, and then have price confirm that fundamental story. And that's really where he was one of the pioneers, because before his age, there was very much fundamental people, and there was very much technical people, and they were pretty segregated. Right? You would have the people who believe that all I care about is price earnings ratio, and all these accounting ratios that you learn in school if you took nerd stuff like I did. And they would focus it just entirely on that. That's kind of your Warren Buffett types, right? I'm going to buy good companies at a good price, and that's my sole and only focus. Then you have technicians, and I'm a little bit more in this boat, but I'm a quant technician, so I use quantitative analysis to narrow my field down, and then I use technical analysis. But you had the people out there who use technical analysis, and I only care about buying things in uptrends, and buying base breakouts, and whatever their technical pattern was. And William O'Neill was one of the first people who said, I'm going to kind of combine these, and I'm going to narrow my universe of all the stocks out there. I'm going to narrow that universe down by companies that are in that are increasing earnings, right? That was the whole Can Slim. They had a new management, or new management, or new product, or something. And then from that, I'm going to apply technical analysis to it. And again, he was famous for his cup and handle, but if you read his works, that's not just what he was doing. He wasn't just doing cup and handle plays. He was doing a lot of base breakouts and things like this. Right. So William O'Neill would have looked at this chart, and this probably would have been his main entry right in this area. But say the price moved higher and then consolidated again, he probably would have bought more there, and then it moves higher and it consolidates again. He basically bought consolidations and uptrends after the initial base breakout, right? So that was his thing. Now, fast forward to now, the combination of fundamentals and technicals is everywhere, but he was really kind of one of the pioneers behind that. Now it's not rare by any stretch of the imagination. Again, as someone who's worked in the hedge fund space for a long time, it is certainly not rare to have people who are looking at a fundamental. I like Apple because I think the new, what's it, Vision Pro thing is going to be revolutionary and change the world, blah blah blah. And that will be a fundamental thesis for why someone would take a trade. But then they will hand that to a technician and say, okay, now it's your job to A, wait for price to confirm the story, and B, look for places to buy, right? So they may have bought Apple as it broke this prior high right here, things like that, right? They use technical analysis for um, timing of entry and exits and risk management of entry and exits. And then they use fundamentals for what they believe that trend will be. And that is super, super common. But before William O'Neill, that was a rarity. There was like a war between fundamental and technical people. And then, like anything, it turns out, if you guys watch MMA at all, it's the same kind of thing, right? If you go way back to the original UFC stuff, there was like karate guys, and they would fight kung fu guys who would fight wrestlers, and they all had their own disciplines. And then you fast forward like 10 years, and every single MMA fighters got like a little bit of kickboxing and a little bit of taekwondo and a little bit of jiu-jitsu, and like, right, they all kind of settle into a place where probably having a little bit of all knowledge, but then pulling that all together to a simple way to do things ends up being the way to go, right? So if you can actually just go train in mixed martial arts now, and it's basically just a generic term for you're going to learn a couple of these 3 to 4 aspects, right? So when it comes down to my trading, what I'm doing is for me, trading means taking statistical analysis in some respects and then combining that with technical analysis. So I know everything on this TI strength list has a chance to beat the market. And then for me, it's just, once a day, go through the list, compare that to my trading plan. I'm looking to buy solid pullbacks or, tight bases, things like this in the direction of the trend, and go from there, right? So there's a person on my side. Oh, these ring cameras get me going. It's really the SPY ain't doing much, right? And I tell people all the time, right? One of the ways, if you want to figure out what's going to happen, if it's going to be a busy week or not for just the underlying indices, is forexfactory.com is a good one. They just have an economic calendar. So today is a franc holiday, a German, Italian, a pound, or the UK and Canada are all on holiday for the bank holiday. There is no economic news that anyone cares about. Basically, you look at this little icon right here, and yellow means low to essentially no impact. Nobody cares about this news. And then red would mean, hey, this is a big deal. It's probably going to move the market. So that's today. Tomorrow, there's like a slight orange, so maybe a little bit of impact from the Richmond Manufacturing Index, but meh. Then we have Thursday, unemployment claims, a little bit of impact, home sales, a little bit of impact, but nothing. And then PMI on Friday. So there's not a lot going on when it comes to economic news, which is fine, right? It means what we do is we want to stick. If I was looking for stuff to trade right now, to day trade, which I'm not, I would be looking really closely at at this kind of stuff, right? What's the biggest change from the open? I saw CGC there. Are the weed stocks going? A little pop. Tilray. Yeah, a little move in the weed stocks. So that's interesting. What CGC's got look at that short float. Canopy Growth, a 47% short float. Stochastics got oversold, turned up. I hate bot. Like, this has just been so killed. $19 down to $5. Yeah, the question is, am I cautioned in low volume kind of trades and environments? Yeah. Essentially low volume. The lower the volume, the instrument, it just means that there is more there's less institutions playing ball. So a lot of what you're trading against is other retail traders. And retail traders just have the ability to cancel their orders at any time for any reason. They can just hit the I don't want to trade anymore and leave. Again, I'm a swing trader, so for me it doesn't really matter as much. It just means that I probably won't get many entries this week because there's probably I trade a lot of breakouts and things like that and reversals. And there just probably won't be as many of those. So that for me, again, that's okay. For day trading, it just means if you're someone who normally day trade at like Apple, I would be more worried about that because you're going to get less institutional volume in those big guys. Now, if you focus on this wild stuff, like this ARBB thing, this doesn't care that it's a holiday, right? Because there's a whole bunch of day traders who are focused on this. Now, I think a good policy is if you're trading over holidays like this is you try to get done in the morning when your volatility and everything is going to be the highest, and then move on. I think that makes perfect sense. But that's just the way that's just the way of it, right? I don't think you really need to force trading too much during this time because you will have lower volume, even though this one's done 85 million shares and it's done 1,000 times more volume than normal. You can see it's kind of stuck in a range right now. It's lunch hour. You had a little bit of a move that you could have gotten off the gate, and then one pullback that maybe you could have gotten off the gate. That's what it. So you just have to be a little bit more patient when you're trading holiday seasons. Is kind of my biggest tip. Just don't, and you definitely don't want to churn an account a lot. Like, that wouldn't be fun. Knowing that I think next Monday the markets close as well. I'm going to see holidays. All right, you don't want to kind of beat your head into all this stuff. Yeah, Monday 2024 the markets closed. So you just gotta think about it. It's just like any other office. If you work in an office or you work in anything, it's that we're closed Monday, and we got 4 days, and then we're closed next Monday. So big institutions aren't going to be super well staffed, and they're not going to be making really big trading decisions or anything like this. Barring something, right? Guarantee you, if there's a macro news event, knock on wood, a war or something crazy happens, you better believe everyone's going to get called in. You're going to see some crazy market movement. But I would say you're gonna see a lot of this where even the guys who are going crazy today aren't. It's not as crazy as last week, right? You'll get some. You just got to be a little more patient. You got to more sitting, less trading. And then, in my opinion, it's obviously entirely up to you. If you get one or two good shots, if you're a day trader during a holiday, if your first trade's like a really good trade, for me, I would probably go, okay, it's a holiday. I'm gonna take off now, or paper trade or something, just because I wouldn't want to be mad during the holiday that I got a good trade, but then I gave it back because I was focusing. I was trying to force something to happen, right? So, okay, guys, we got 5 more minutes of the Q&A. Obviously, ask questions. I know today's been a slow one because it's a slow market. There's nothing we can do about that. And again, like with my last comments, it's important to make sure you're patient. So UNG looks like we might be doing a little bear flag here, right? Not that I'm going to swing short natural gas very much. They call natural gas the widowmaker for a very distinct reason, which is that it makes sudden moves completely out of nowhere. But does look like it's putting in a bull flag here. And if we go BITO, is that Bitcoin bottoming out a little bit? Let's do a 15-minute. Yeah, so it did a little sell-off and then bounce there, like a big volume. The reason I'm looking again is I hold that Mara, but I kind of like the daily chart here. Right? We've got this consolidation going on here in Bitcoin. So this might be a pretty sneaky spot to right? If we're at the low end of this range down here, and we're going to hold the low end of this range and start to push higher, then I should. Right, I'm looking at this lower time frame, being the 15-minute chart. Get out of here. Save. There we go. If that was just a flush on massive volume, and we're going to start to push higher here, so that would be kind of BITO above 20. That might be an interesting spot to at least take a shot down here. I'm thinking, just thinking out loud with you guys. I'm just looking at the massive volume. I don't know if there was some Bitcoin news, like a ETF news or something going on, but if we're just going to flush and reverse here, I would want to get involved in some because I like that longer term pattern. I thought I saw a trade of the week. Let me look. There may not have been because of the shortened week. No, I don't see one this week. Nope, I guess probably not. Probably just because of the shortened week. I know that. Oh, there, trade has got it. No trade of the week. I know
No
that.
trade of the week. No trade of
Jesus,
the week
Barry.
this week and next week. Sorry.
Holy smokes, bud! There's something wrong with your volume, the volume mixer or something, because you came in.
Oh, really?
You came in booming, woke me up. Whew.
Oh, well, then
There
that's a
we
good
go.
thing. That's a good thing.
Yeah, but I do know, for those who are wondering what Steve is interested in, I heard him talking about this upstart in our little room there. And it's a nice looking little chart if it gets going over this triangle here. 44% short float, Barry. That thing's got to be.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to be nervous from 20 to 40, so the thing's doubled and half of it's short.
Mm-hmm. If that is a correct figure, but yeah, because
Yeah,
when you look left, I mean, if it can get through last week's high, I mean 60, and then 73 are the next levels on a weekly chart. So yeah, in your time frame, that probably looks awesome.
Yeah, well, I do, full disclosure, I do own some. I bought some from around 30 here, but then on this massive day, couple days after I sold out most. So I may re-enter. But yeah, because these are the kind of things that if they get a little bit too, I say it all the time. I don't want short float. I don't want things that are shorted in downtrends, right? I like things that are shorted that are in uptrends. So I really like this, and I know I think Chris was talking about this AAOI. Yeah, 27,
Why? Is there something
26%
with
short
it?
float. Yeah, nice bull flag up here. I like the look of that one.
Another high short flow of 26%.
Yeah. So are you still finding
Definitely in an
stuff during
uptrend.
this holiday, or? Oh yeah, well
What's that?
this thing's gone from like a couple cents to $30. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. But it was been as high as 100. Right? It's one of those COVID round trippers, I think.
Yeah. Boy, look at that fusion, Michael. Yeah, that FUSN. I almost got in late, but the spread was just too bad. And then it had the big drop down to 8. And I said, okay, that's it. And then look at it now, though. 830. The spread isn't great. 836, 845. That's for the FUSN.
Yeah.
And from our AI, but man, oh man, that is not bad, not bad from our AI today. Anyway, I also like the way the AI on Friday and today. Now today, it makes a lot more sense, but you probably saw that on Friday I think we only had 3 alerts, and before then it seemed like it was on steroids. Like there were so many alerts all day long,
Well,
and
Barry, I have been doing some tweaking in the back end.
mhm,
So I need more data to see if that's just because of the
yeah,
market environment. Um, but well, and it's just me, you, and what 250 or so, if you count the room of our closest friends. But that little bug that we were having about the stop price and the entry price being like really,
yes,
really close or the same.
or the same, yeah,
Uh, I basically went through and I forced that to not happen again.
okay,
Um, and how I did it was basically saying, going to the system and saying, you need at least 25 cents between the entry and the stop loss.
hmm,
It was very barbaric, I guess, the way I did it. But
yeah,
what I think you're going to end up getting with that by me yelling and saying 25 cents, whereas before I would always try to be cute and use like some percentage of average true range or something like that.
right,
Um, you're not going to get as much stuff that doesn't move very much. Does that make sense?
hmm, yeah, oh
Because
yeah, for sure.
if it needs 25 cents between the trigger and the stop, that means that it's got to be really, really it has to be more volatile. So I think
Yeah.
what you're going to see is you're going to see less trades and more volatile trades, which is going to be good for the experienced. And we'll see how the people who are a little bit less experienced, but that's what like real traders want to see, is they want to see the wild stuff, right? Um, so I think going forward, you're going to see that change. I thought long and hard before I did that, but I actually did that um, Thursday. So it's interesting that you
Okay,
said
because
what
that
Friday
had to be
and
the reason.
today. Yeah. So more data. I want to see it trade outside of holiday hours, but I suspect you're going to see more of that.
Good, because then I can use it like a watch list. Before it was just, it was a stage. I mean, it was about 4 or 5 days that we had crazy action. Before then, I wasn't seeing that, so
Yeah.
I don't know what was really happening. But yeah, you can reduce the number to get it down to. I think personally, 8 and under. Maybe a
Yes.
maximum of 8 a day. I
Yes.
think is probably
I
optimal.
agree.
After
I
that, it
agree.
just becomes a little too like which ones do you take?
Well,
It's
and
really
and then you're trading a whole lot, and I find, like, I don't know, I should send this to you, Barry, but there was a big study done out of a bunch of these brokers kind of pooled their data together, and they
Mhm.
found a direct, like, mathematical link with the more for day traders, the more that their clients that were day traders traded, the more money they lost. So,
Mhm.
and it's funny you said 8, because I think the study ended up being that people that took 5 and under trades a day
Mm. Right.
um, were more profitable, and the people who took 3 and under trades a day were the long run most profitable. And I think you're right, because they're only looking at like the really high quality stuff, and then they take a couple
Exactly.
shots a day and they move on, right?
That's
Those are
why
the
I like
people that
my
I think are
that
doing the best.
that scan that I sort of been talking about, the option activity plus the 10-day daily breakout. Only
Yep.
two today, and I mean, and typically even on a heavy day, it's probably only about eight. Usually only
Yep.
about four or five though, and I have no problem with that. Man, my voice is going, Michael. Just wow.
You're joining me.
No, 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 no. I'm not sick. I'm not sick. I know
Not
that.
yet. I'll get you
I'll let you
virtually
go
sick.
though, Michael. I know you want to probably take some liquids, and
Yes.
I'll let you
Yes.
go now. Thank you for spelling me. We'll see you next Tuesday. Yeah, so next Monday is the holiday, so we'll see you next
Yep.
Tuesday.
I'll see you Tuesday. Have a good one,
Okay,
bud.
thanks. You too.
Bye.
Okay, guys, I'm back in, and AF, you can ask some questions. I'll try to answer. Okay. And let me get into both rooms here. Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms. Let me get my music going. Okay. So yeah, AF, you can welcome to the room. Welcome to Trade Ideas and all. You can ask a question. If I cannot answer, I will certainly point you in the right direction. Okay. The one thing I will say, if you're saying you're new to Trade Ideas, I would hope that you've done the 10 short videos at least. Yeah, well, amen. We were talking about that. This is Fusion is one that I mentioned. I don't think I mentioned in the pre-market. I may have. It was one of those ones that was just sort of popping a bit late in the pre-market, and then it pulled back. And I sort of forgot about it, but it actually showed up on RAI. Yeah, at 777, so 848. It's been a bit spready, but nonetheless, it's been pretty steadily on the way up, though. I can hear you. Yes, AF, I can hear you. Well, I can't hear you. I can read your post. I can read your post. So you can't speak. You know that you cannot speak in the room. But if you can kind of on a text basis, just give me an idea of what's happening. Okay. No, I cannot hear you. Oops. Yeah, this is I really, when Michael was talking in the YouTube room, I really looked at it, but look at that. I mean, look, it was 854, 858, I think, and then it's dropped right down to 840, 849. But nonetheless, the trend is up. Depends on the price of the stock, Luis. Okay. Okay. It depends on the price of the stock. And it's not just that though. It depends on where your stop is. So if my stop is 10 cents, if I think I'm going to get into a trade, and if it's not working for me, I know where I'm going to get out of the trade, and let's pretend I get into a trade and the stop then is 10 cents. I'll get out of that trade. If it moves 10 cents against me, well, then I have to be able to look left and see at least 20 cents before it hits any sort of a high on the daily or the weekly. In other words, I'll risk 10 cents to try to make 20. Okay. So does that make sense, Luis? So it's not the actual number. It really is based on the stop. Like how much, where could it go? As long as I can get, if I'm going to risk if I'm going to risk 1x, I have to be able to look at a chart and say, okay, before it hits the next high or low, that has to be 2x, two times. Well, AF, we see the talking to somebody is just generally for account information, okay? It's not for technical information. It's still difficult over the phone. It's a lot easier usually for us to sort of demonstrate on the screen. If you can give me some idea about what the issue is, what you're looking for, I can tell you right off the bat that the AI for Holly use it like a watch list. We do not recommend auto trading it. And how you trade it will be up to you. Are you new to trading? Number one, are you new to trading? I'm talking to you, AF. Well, buying at limit, Peter, is just sticking a price in which you would, you're willing to go and sticking that price in, and that's it. I mean, it's not. There's really nothing more to it than that. I mean, a limit price is where where would you take it? So if I look at SPRB as an example, so here's the spread: 238, 242. Would you take it up to 245 if it was moving fast? So you can just go limit and. But that's in essence what that is all about. You just stick a price in which you would that would be the most you'd want to pay for the stock. Well, again, yeah, man, the spread itself, that would really depend on the price of the stock. Obviously, in Apple, if Apple had a 5 or 10 cent spread, that wouldn't be a big deal. But if I was looking at a $1 stock and I had a 5 or 10 cent spread, I wouldn't do it. Okay, so it really depends. Also, the other thing is that if sometimes, even if a stock had a 10 or 15 cent spread and it wasn't that expensive, but it is moving like crazy and it's got a lot of room, sometimes I'll bite the bullet. With interactive brokers, I'll try to get a fill mid. I just select that mid, and maybe I get lucky. I get a fill in between the bid and the ask, but that's usually only on a stock that is really moving, has got a lot of volatility in it, has got a lot of room to keep moving before it hits. That's typically most of the time though. Most of my spreads are no more than typically no more than 5 cents. We do not agree with auto trading. Okay, it's that simple. You may, maybe I'm going to have to answer your question right now. If you're looking at the AI to auto trade, it is something that we don't recommend. I'm not going to try to say, oh yeah, just you can auto trade the AI, make lots of money. Not going to say that. The AI is will generate the alerts, but it's really then up to you. Do you want to take the trade and where are you going to get out of it? Well, you can, I mean, do what I do. I mean, I don't take the AI so much as I mean, look, I could take if I'd seen Fusion a little bit earlier, FUSN came in at 9:43, but now I've got to watch it. Okay. I mean, that's 9:43 Eastern time. Okay. Had an alert there at 7:77. What am I going to do if I can't watch this for a while? Okay. I mean, am I going to, yeah, you could put a stop and hope that it doesn't blow through your stop. It's a fairly, I don't even know what the float is on this, but you'd have to hope that it would not blow through your stop. Depending how many shares you would take. I'm just I cannot recommend taking a trade and then just wandering away, and then hopefully at the end of the day, this one might. I mean, who knows? Maybe this one closes near the high of the day. But I cannot recommend, and none of us at Trade Ideas will recommend that if if you're going to take this trade and then wander away for a couple of hours, sure, you can put a stop in. That'll get you out. But what if it moved up to, you get in at 777, and all you're going to rely on is getting stopped out, as opposed to being able to take some profit up here. Well, it gets out of every trade at the end of the day. Okay, it does, but that doesn't mean, you know, if you took this trade, for instance, if you took Fusion, and you were able to spend the day, or at the end of the day you saw it, if you could get, take a look, I don't know, 5 or 10 minutes before the market closed, and then you look left and you say, wow, this has still got a lot of room that it could run till it hits the next high. You could make up your mind whether or not, yeah, I don't mind swing trading that. Okay, but that has to be according to your plan. Understanding that, bios, little bit a little bit sketchy to swing trade, because you never know what a bio is going to do, come out with a financing, bad data, things like that. I mean, any stock can have bad news. I get it. But the bios are a little more susceptible to having stuff like that hit them, especially financings. So, so the AI does get out of every trade at the end of the day. But if I were in Fusion and it closed well, I mean, there's the high that it hit. That was probably a very brief high, got up to 890. But what I'd be doing, I'd be looking, okay, let's say it closed around 870 or so. And then I look left, see on a monthly chart, and I check and I say, okay, where could this go? On the monthly chart, so let's pretend it did close at 870. There's a high of 873. Will it get through that? I don't know. And then there's a couple of highs at 925. So for me, because where are you going to put your stop? Even if you're swing trading, you still have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade. And where are you going to put your stop? If you put your stop, I don't know, down here, a dollar away, can you reasonably expect, because this is the only way I take trades, that if I'm going to risk X, I have to be able to look at a chart and say it could move 2X for me. In other words, double my stop. So if I put a stop a dollar away on this, can it go to 1070 before it hits any resistance? And I look at this and I go, no, it can't, as an example. Okay, so that for me personally would not be something that I would swing trade, because it just doesn't have enough room until then this could be pretty decent resistance, especially on a monthly chart. I'm just using this one as an example. But what if we look left on a monthly chart and the next highs were, up at 14, and it becomes something that could be viable? Well, if you were listening to Michael and myself towards the tail end, probably I would say, we're trying to get it down to maybe no more than eight a day. It's hard to judge, but if you heard what he was saying, at least putting a stop at least 25 cents away, because what was happening is we were getting a lot of alerts where we had a stop of 3 or 4 cents, or sometimes the system was screwing up. It would put the stop right as your entry, which is crazy. So I think, Michael, if you were listening to what he was saying, okay, he's sort of said, okay, the stop has to be at least 25 cents away. Consequently, we're probably not going to get, I don't know, 5 to 8 alerts a day, which to me, I think is very manageable. But to fully automate the AI so that you could just take the trades automatically and not stare at your screen all day, it's just not recommended. Some days may work, but many days won't. And we always I always judge the AI like the combination of man and machine. The machine, because you don't have to do anything, it just is going to give you the alerts without you having to do anything. But then, well, are you going to take the trade right at the exact time of the alert? You're going to want to watch or want to see what the chart says. What is the market doing? Maybe at the time of the alert, maybe the market was moving higher. Then all of a sudden it starts moving down. You still want to take a trade, going against the market. I mean, it depends on the type on the stock. Of course, some stocks don't care what the market's doing. But see, before I take any trade, I'm always on it. I want to see what it looks like on the chart. Like, where's the 200-day moving average? Is it close? So unfortunately, and I can usually size that up in seconds, but if you're just going to try to automate it and then come back at the end of the day, it is just not recommended. It's not recommended. I know it's not what you want to hear, but have to be real about it. I'm sorry, somebody's asked about SQ and the W charts. Sorry about that. I'm just seeing your So when I look at SQ, the first thing I see on my monthly chart is that looks like there's pretty decent resistance right around 80. So what's that? That's about little less than 250 away, number one. So what are you wanting to do with this chart? Do you want to, probably not then, AF, probably not. I hate to say it like that, but probably not. And then W, same kind of thing. I mean, it's got a little bit more room on a monthly chart. But like, what do when you're asked what are the charts doing, SQ and W, are you looking to day trade them? Are you looking to swing trade them? Look at this market. Nice move in this market, guys. Second day of the Santa Claus rally, or the Santa Claus market, as it's called. Second day. You cannot predict the next. Okay, I mean, I'm looking at a week. Okay, let's take a look at a weekly chart. I mean, all you can do is take a look at the chart, right? So if we look at W, then the next high looking left was last week's high, 69.61. That could stall it. Okay, that could stall it. But if you're looking to take it now, you're looking to take it while it's moving down. I mean, I'm not a big swing trader, okay? But I'd be waiting. I mean, to me, there's no mad rush to take this one if you're looking to swing trade. I mean, you're on a down day when the market's up, number one. And then with the SQ, so the SQ is a little bit better because at least it's not. I mean, it's moving down a little bit here, but not on the daily chart, not really. And all you can do is just look left. I mean, so the next high looking left is 81.56, 81.47. So it's got a little bit of room. Except last week's high was 79.10. So it would have to get through that also. I mean, you're talking about a stock that is pretty extended too on the weekly. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure that answers your question. We cannot predict that that's going to be the next resistance. I mean, all you can do is say, well, that is the next high looking left, 79.10. So, if you thought that that could block it, then that would not be a good swing trade because, it's too close, in my opinion. it's at $1.50 away on a $77 stock. Again, if you took this right now, where would you put your stop? Like, where are you going to get out of the trade if it's not working? You put it at the low of last week's candle, which is 73, which should be about $4. Or do you find some other area that you're comfortable with? Remember, the first thing that should go through your mind, in my opinion anyway, is if I take this trade, where am I going to get out of the trade if it's not working? Okay, where am I getting out of the trade if it doesn't work? Where's my stop? And you can start looking left, little candles on the other daily chart, where you think there could be a support area. To me, could be some support for SQ around 74.61. So that's about $3 away. So if you took this trade with a $3 stop, can you make $6 on it? You see, I look at this and I see the next high in the weekly chart is less than $6 away. So I'm not saying this is going to block it, but I know you're also looking at something that's gone from 40 to 80, almost doubled in 2 months. But others may have a different idea. Ooh, this is the one I was wanting to watch a little earlier. Cipher, CIFR. Okay, now some volume coming in. You see, now the next high looking left, it's 464. That's on the daily chart. But if you thought it could get through that, then I mean, the weekly chart, it definitely has room, $5. So the thing is, will that next high looking left stop it? Nobody knows, 100%. Now, the interesting thing for me about all these crypto plays that have done well today is that let's see if BITO is starting to recover somewhat because usually these crypto plays, yeah, I mean this is interesting. Some of these crypto plays that we've seen, the SDIG, the CIFR, there was a couple others that actually were ripping higher, even though Bitcoin seemed to be dropping, which is usually really running contrary. Well, a 15-day chart would be basically 3 weeks, right? So again, if I look at SQ, it'd be basically 3 weeks, 15 trading days. So, again, if you look at, are you talking about SQ? I mean, if I look left, I mean, obviously it's fast. I mean, these are these 15 trading days here, but if you just got to look left, and that's the next high in a weekly chart. So not only we have a 15-day chart, it's just that, just look left. That's all I do. I just look left, okay? Well, we don't have like a 15-day chart, okay? I mean, it's just, but just look left on a daily chart. If you like, I'm not sure what you mean by a 15-day chart anyway, but just look left on this weekly chart and you'll see the next high is up here, 81.56. Sounds like you really want to take this, okay? I mean, I listen, don't let me dissuade you. Sounds like you really want to take it, but your first step is where are you going to put your stop? Now, if you're talking 15 days on this, that'd be a pretty wide stop. If you look at 15 days, that'd be a pretty wide stop, but I mean, it's up to you. But does that make sense, Dara? Okay, before you take a trade, I know it sounds contrary because everybody thinks, well, I'm going to get into this trade; it's just going to work. Okay, but you cannot look at the market through rose-colored glasses. Okay, you have to have, well, in my opinion, you've got to have a price where you're getting out of that trade when it's not working. You have to have an idea about where to put it. Now, there's all sorts of different ways you can put stops. There's not one right or wrong way. You have to get comfortable though with the way you put a stop. What is the shortcut for load symbol window? Oh, that's why. I was wondering what he was referring to, real. So what do you mean by a shortcut for the load symbol window? What do you mean by that exactly? Are you talking about how do we get when I click on when I click on a symbol, why does it load in here? Is that what you mean? I just don't know what you mean by what is a shortcut for the load symbol? Or are you talking about how do I get a new symbol in a chart? If I wanted to see Macy's as an example, I just left click on the chart that I want to have it happen, and I just start to type. I don't know if that's what you mean though. Okay, when you start to type, change symbol box should pop up. Oh, okay, so that's what you do. Okay, so if you left click on a chart, and that's just so the trade ideas knows what chart you're in, and you just start typing. So if I start typing again, I start typing M, change symbol box should show up, and then I can just click change or hit enter on my keyboard and it'll change. Let me go to Microsoft. So if I left click on the chart and then just start to type, so here's Microsoft showing up, click change, and now it'll change to Microsoft. Take a little bit of time, but it's changing to Microsoft. Okay, now if that doesn't happen for you, it's for some, and I don't know why, if you left click on a chart and you start to type and that change symbol box doesn't pop up, hit the space, okay, the space bar on your keyboard, and then that should bring it up. No, you were right clicking on the chart. Left click on the chart. When you right click on the chart, you'll get the menu. Okay. Left clicking, all it does is just giving the program the focus of what chart you're in. Okay. If you left click, nothing should pop up. If you right click like I am, then this menu comes up. No, you're using our downloadable application, right? You're not using the web-based version? But left clicking on the chart does nothing other than say, okay, this is the chart I want to be in. And then you start to type. Okay. So make sure you're left clicking, not this is right clicking. And then this is left clicking. Left clicking should not bring up any sort of a menu. And then just start to type. Okay. And clicking spacebar worked. Okay, cool. I don't know why that happens on some systems. I just don't know why that happens. Okay, guys, I think I'll do my video right now. Oh boy, you know what? It's going to be difficult for me to know that one. Coffee. Bonsoir to you too. Going back to the 18th. Yeah, really hard for me to. No, it should not. If it was above, but there could be other reasons, right? I mean, there could be other reasons in whatever your filters were. Um, this was the 18th. Let me just see what happened on the 18th. So there's the 18th, and there was the previous day's high. So I mean, look, it should have shown up, obviously, but maybe there were some other filters in place. It has nothing to do with the gap in the pre-market. Okay. There's not, in fact, that's typically what's going to happen. Stock gaps in the pre-market, and it doesn't really matter if that's what happened. It'll be the first print, and obviously that is above the previous day's high, but it could be other filters that you had in place. And I'll be honest, I mean, for me to go back to the 18th to try to figure it out, you might want to. I mean, Chris is. I hate to do this to you, Chris. Yeah, again, it might be a filter that happened. That you had in place. I mean, I'm seeing. This is not trading very much today. Could have been a filter. Okay, could have been a filter that you had. And as Pepe is saying, you can do it yourself. Use the missing symbol check filter, which is where. Oh, right there, missing symbol check, right there. Okay, so I guess you'd have to. Never used this before. Okay, so you just whatever time you wanted. So so you can try it yourself. Okay, take your scan, type that symbol in. You just have to fiddle around with the calendar and the time. and probably at 9:30 or 9:35, and just see what happens. Okay, and hopefully that's going to show you why. Okay, guys, I got to do a video right now. Okay, so I'll be back. Time is it right now? 13:40, 1:40. I'll be back at about 1:50. Should get people to use this more. Hopefully, that's going to show you the exact reason, Coffee. Okay, guys. So I am. Let me know how that worked, Coffee. I'm going to try it myself. I'm going to mute myself. All right, guys, I'm back. Actually, it was his mother, but that's okay. A little paradox. His mother, his wife, but maybe his father too. I don't know. Only his wife, though. Shoot, I've lost my opportunity on the CIFR. So here's another one, guys. CBUS, CBUS. Some volume. All the volume today really is coming right now. Not all, but I mean almost 216,000 shares have traded. This candle has 124 of it, and it still has still has 12 minutes to close. So there was really no volume on this one until right now. Yeah, problem with this one is the spread, 1844, 1881. That's a tough spread to commit to. So the high flyers in the pre-market, ARBB, ABST, or ABSL, ABSI, they're all kind of giving it up. No big follow through, end of day follow through. ABSI is what I meant. Well, let's take a look. Well, Mobix, MOBX. So this started trading as MOBX last week. MOBX started trading as this one last week. I don't know if this was an IPO or remember it being an IPO, or was it a SPAC that turned into MOBX? All right, coffee. Here's your. So if I wanted to give this link to people, okay. So then you do the same thing. Right click, save or share to cloud. Okay, right click, save or share to cloud. Save and share. Okay, and say okay again. Now, at this point, you should be able to control V and it'll paste it in there. Control V, you see what I did? I just pasted it in. Now that'll give us the cloud link. I will also do it. Yeah, so just right click, save or share to cloud. Click on that. Click on the save and share, and then okay, now it's copied. Now the link is copied, and then just paste it in. Control V, and we should see the link. Okay. There you go. So in looking at it, I mean, I don't know yet, but sorry, summary. So all this is should be right. Who knows? Maybe the I wonder if it's one of these crazy ones that for some reason, I don't know for sure that by putting this earnings per share in, it might block. There are some stocks, that block just by putting that earnings per share. Usually there are foreign stocks. See it a lot with the Israeli stocks, but it's possible. I don't know for sure. I did not see that. Okay, thank you, William. So, William will in about an hour. I'm taking off. William will keep the room open until 4. I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. Coffee. Okay, I don't know if that's the case 100%. Yeah, Marius, we have very, 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 very few people who actually post the number of shares and how much they make. Okay, in since 2015, doing this room, and all we do is we just point out to that person. Um, that's sort of the rule. No posting how many shares you take and how much you made. Okay, so is it posted somewhere? No, but we get so few people doing that, and all we do is just say okay, and then people say, "Oh, okay, thanks, I didn't know that," and then they just move on. All right, I don't mean move on from the room, but they understand. Okay, and they understand. That's all. So few people in 8 years of doing this that actually, post the number of shares and how much they make. I could post it somewhere, don't, but who reads? So it's easy enough just to let people know. Anyway, I don't, I again, I'm not 100% sure that that's the reason. Okay, but it's possible. Every now and then we get a stock that because we put that earnings per share hack in, it prevents the stock from showing in a scan. It's still a SPAC? Interesting, because I know that's the first thing I did. I looked at the profile, and I don't see that it's a SPAC in the profile, and I guess it's just resumed. But I know that Pepe has nothing but time in his hands, so he's probably gonna take a look. So the use of this, if I put a missing symbol, let's just for fun, put NEPH, which we see here. So it's probably telling me what filters would not have worked. I guess the ones in red would not have worked based on what. So I'm assuming that all you have to do is go back to that calendar, the date that you were looking at, and then just running this, and you probably get a bunch of. Hopefully, you'll get something in red. I like this. I've never used this before. It means that they'll satisfy it, I'm assuming, yeah. I mean, if I look at, okay, let's just take, didn't have it memorized, but let's take a look. Summary. Okay, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, okay? Yeah, so anything in red means at that point, the filter was not, okay? It means that the filter did not meet the requirements. You can see right off the bat, I'm just looking at NEF, okay, to right now. And so anything in red means the filter did not meet the requirements, or the values right there are not meeting the filter requirements at that time. You know, because I'm just looking at this one, the volume in 5 minute percent. Your minimum was what, 500, 400 or 500? Must have been 400. So look, these that's 261, 177, et cetera, et cetera. This is a good look. This is good. I like it. This will help Chris a lot, I think. Because we get so many questions, people saying, "How come it didn't happen? How come it didn't happen?" Well, if we get them to do this, and they can see what, well, okay, at the time they thought they should have had an alert, you know, the filter value was underneath whatever value you had. Marius, are you truly somebody who has to have the last word? All right, guys, see 201, another hour or so for me. Give me a moment, guys. I'm going to run that. So that was at on the 18th, right? 9:30. Okay, let's see what happens. Yeah, as it might be. I wonder if it's that earnings per share. Like nothing is showing up for VVOS on that day. Yeah. VBOS is not showing up at all. No, I have no explanation. No, you're right. It's not. I took the EPS out and it's not the EPS. Well, is it the only one that you kind of looked at, coffee, and that's the only one that didn't show up? Are you getting other alerts? I wouldn't throw out the scanner just because of one that didn't show up necessarily. Yeah, I went from 9:30 a.m. to 4 o'clock, 4 p.m. Obviously, you're getting alerts here. I mean, obviously, you're getting alerts. So, yeah, yeah. Kicked off. This is the one I missed. This is one I wanted. This one right around here at 4:33. Boy, look at the Canadian. Wow. Some of the Canadian banks did not do that well. And look at the Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce. I saw some of the earnings like TD. Let's take a look at TD just for fun. Yeah, I mean TD. I think it had earnings this day, and they've been chopping around. But look at CIBC, Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce, CM. What a run it's been on. Very different from the TD Bank. It's the relative volume. I already got rid of it. I'll bring it back. Current volume is at least three. Relative volume is at least three. So on that day, it wasn't. Hmm. I'm doing something wrong? I'm still not getting anything by taking out the relative volume, or did I not take it out? Maybe I thought I did. I didn't say okay. No? Hmm. The IFR. Oh, well, hopefully some of you guys took it. I'm not making any changes at Paradox. We'll see what happens in the new year, but you probably are not aware of this. You know, the combo with the normal option activity that we've got abnormal option activity. So if we see the same stock here in the 10-day daily breakout, there are none of the breakdown today, but we see the same stock here and here. Pepe came up with an idea, a way in which we could, instead of having to go through this list to see if there was anything that was the same in this list or vice versa, we have now a list that shows the stocks that are the same here in the abnormal option activity and the breakout. And this is all I've been concentrating on now. So, so I'm not changing anything in the option activity. I have no idea if it's going to slow down next year. Wow, look at RGS. Holy smokes. Didn't see this, did nothing in the pre-market, didn't have any pre-market. Yeah, nothing in the pre-market. Low float, 2 million in the float. We're seeing it now. Obviously, the volume has picked up, but next high looking left is 871. So there is room, but it is so extended right now. And another terrible spread, 806, 823. Pretty tough to commit. Market continue. You know what? We only had one pullback. Didn't last very long. That was at 11:15. A little bit of a pullback. Looked like, well, maybe the market's going to give up more, but not even close. And since then, been straight up, just about. Yeah, I mean the volume. I mean it's just picking up now. I mean the volume is just picking up now. It's not. But you know, you just look at that spread, and that kind of keeps you out of the trade right there. Hey guys, I'm just going to go over my homepage one last time today. Promo code is still active. All right, so clicking on my link, there is a promo code you can use. This is still good, probably until next week. I'd have to check, but probably till next week. Barry 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And again, all I ask is that if at some point in time you decide you want to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. This will really help to keep this room free. That's the goal, okay? And the way we do it is by people taking out subscriptions when they want to, if and when they decide they want to take out a subscription using my promo code. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. This will 10 short videos, your download, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, things like that. Trading 101, Michael Noss, if you're in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, you heard Michael. Michael put this series of videos together. It's all free. Stock of the day video that I do is free. Trade of the week, there is not one this week, and there will not be one next week. At least I don't think so. They'll start after the second week in January, but it is free. You can sign up for it right here. Big education section is here. And again, here are my scans. And this is the scan that I definitely pay attention to. You do not get very many alerts. It's the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily break combo. You don't get very many alerts, but if you're starting out trading, that'll be a better thing. You can concentrate just on a few stocks over the course of the day. But I have a lot of other scans here. You can take a look at them. Sorry, I kind of botched up that link in YouTube. Oh, what a great well, that's all it took, guys, was that 433, 434 break right there. You can see I had an alert set right there, 434. And there we had the alert, the price alert hit. And I don't know what I was doing. Not a low float either, 58 million. Again, they don't all have to be. That's a nice move, 17% with that float. The volume, relative volume is 4.4. Option volume huge, 27,000. That's not what is huge about it. What's huge is nine times normal option volume. Mike C in our YouTube room. Keep an eye on I had this one on my radar a few hours ago, OPFI, and it dropped down below 5. Nice little move today on the daily. It's been a little bit choppy. It is a low float, 15.9 million, 10 times normal volume. Barely trades options, but it is 3 times normal, 857 contracts. This would actually show up probably in my combo, but would have to take out the high of the day, have to get up to 505. So why don't I just put a price alert there? Yeah, I believe might be coming back. We had the alert at 420. A nice alert briefly after 448 before it pulled back. Did they really? Ugly, my goodness, yes. How ugly is that? Well, my pet peeve and, several others in this room, when a company does a financing midday. Now, it's not like, this was in the decline before that, but still, scumbags, that's what I call them, scumbags, yeah. And they because people might be holding on to this and thinking, "Okay, man, it got up to what, 323, it's sitting at 168. Maybe it has a late day run, and we got in here. Hopefully, if you got up here, you're out of the trade, but maybe you get in here, and then they spring a financing. So 170, 171 down to 130. I mean, that's a really bad drop. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just following internal conversation. So I have another half hour left or so. So good time to ask questions. If you have any questions, again, this is a support room also, not just trading. So if you have any questions, I will attempt to answer. If I can't, I'll just direct them to Pepe. Kidding. But seriously, I'll attempt to answer. And if I can't, I will, it could be one of the other traders that trade ideas, especially if it's a scan of some sort you're looking for that is more of a swing type scan. Whoa, how do I make sure the position in the pre-market high percentage is higher than the position in previous day's high? All right, so Position in pre-market high is higher than the position in previous day's high. I'm not sure we can refer, as you know, we don't have the data point for the high in the pre-market. So you're asking now to compare two filters, but we don't have data points. You see, that's the problem. If we have the data points, we could just say, okay, this data point has to be higher than that data point. Let me just answer Richard. Is there a scan for investing in dividend paying stocks? Well, let's first of all see if we even have anything that will show you dividend paying stocks. So here, okay, so at least here's a filter that you can have, okay, that at least shows you dividend paying stocks, and you can put whatever your min and max would be. But scans specifically, no. I mean, we can identify stocks that trade dividend that have dividends, but after that, if you're asking, is there a scan, after that you can put a price range in, a minimum volume, and all that. Maybe again, a min and a max of the dividend, but we don't have a scan specifically for dividend bearing stocks. But we do have a filter that at least will show you what stocks do have dividends and the min and the max of them. Well, you make your own using this filter. I mean, the bottom line is you at least you want to make sure that you can see dividend stocks, right? So you use this filter to at least see those stocks that have dividends. And after that, how you want to trade a dividend bearing stock, then of course has to be up to you. Just give me a moment. I'm just trying to see if I can get something better for coffee. All right, data points. So I think we went over. Didn't you want something like breaking the pre market? Didn't Shady give you something? Because we do not have. So we do have the previous day's high. Okay, so that can be referenced. The previous day's high. That can be referenced. The high of IP, but there's nothing that I see that can show you what the today's pre-market high is. I'm wrong. Well, that's crazy. I should have seen this before. So, what was your question? So, okay, so you want to just create a formula that says high underscore pre greater than high, yeah, high underscore P. Just give me a moment. Shoot, I am muted. I don't know how long I was muted. So coffee before I posted the formula. Thank you. Okay, so coffee. Were you using? So let me add. Okay, so cerveza. I wouldn't necessarily. To me, there's no absolute number that should be good for a 1 minute. It depends on how much a stock normally trades in 1 minute. Okay, and that's why I have here. I've got the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, coupled with the relative volume. That's probably going to give me a nice volume pop. Okay, so to me, it's not so much, well, it's got to trade 50,000 shares or 100,000 shares or 10,000 shares. For me, anyway. So, Coffee, did you hear my explanation? I guess I was on mute when I was talking about that formula, custom formula. So, because we do have the data points. Okay, so this custom formula right here, I high underscore pre greater than high underscore p. So that has what it's a filter. Remember, it's not an alert, but this will show you stocks where the pre-market high is higher than yesterday's high. Okay. Now I cannot speak to VVOS seems to be a crazy one. Okay. But I mean, if you use this filter, if you use that filter, maybe in a top list, because remember, if you use it in an alert window, you have to have some kind of a trigger. So if you just want to see stocks though that are above, today's pre-market high is above yesterday's high, then you can use this in a top list, have this as a column, and then you can sort on that column, show you the ones that are, well, this will just be, I mean, you can, this is just going to be like a yes or no. So if you use this filter, you would put one in the min, and it will show you the stocks that are above. Maybe a little confusing. If you wanted to see it, a certain percentage above, you have to sort of fiddle around with the formula. But if you just want to see stocks that are above, now the pre-market is above yesterday's high, that's a formula that you can use. Okay, right there, high underscore pre greater than high underscore P. It's up to the SEC, Baba. So you've never created a formula. Okay. Well, I will show you how, but you should also take a look at the guide for reference, okay? You may not remember everything I'm going to say. So let's make sure that as a reference. Okay, and scroll down to the education section, and then scroll until you see the user guide. And then where it says custom formulas, where are you? Custom formulas. This shows you how you create a custom formula. Okay. And typically this is what it's going to look like. Give me a moment as I close down some tabs. Now remember, in the guide, it covers all this, okay? In the guide. So what you want to get to, you see this, I can copy this in here. This is the account management page. This is an advanced topic, okay? Most people don't. But that's the account management page, okay? And you'll be brought to, now, if you've never created one before, this will be completely blank. And you would find create new. I can't do it because you can only have 99, and I guess I'm maxed out. Oh, I guess I do have. I guess so. What you find create new, when you click on create new, this is what you're going to see. You won't see the formula in here. You'll see a blank source box, okay? And that's where you type in or copy in. It has to be absolutely exact. You can use that formula, not this one here, but the formula that I gave you. And you put it in here. You can give it a name. You can say, call it pre-market high greater than yesterday's high. Okay, you don't really need units or anything else, and then you just save it. And then it appears as a formula, like a filter, just like any other filter. And the only trick is on that particular one. And that's why I say you can search on it. So that's why give it a name that makes sense. So you would search on it, you would find it. And the only thing you have to do is when you click on it, you're going to have a min and a max box. Okay, put one in the min box. And basically, what that does is it says makes the formula true. In other words, you want to find stocks that are greater than the pre-market high, greater than the high yesterday. And when you put one in the min box, and then that'll find you all the stocks like that. Okay. But I encourage you to go to I mean, it's not going to show you the formulas to use, but that's the formula that you can use. Okay. It's an advanced topic. And then how I would use it is probably in a top list. Okay. Then you can just sort of and make sure that is one of your columns. And then, you'll only see stocks that are above the pre-market high is above yesterday's high. Number one. Number two, now, if you use it as an alert window, then you have to have some kind of a trigger. A new high of the day, a new 5-minute high. You would have to have some kind of a trigger. Yeah, I saw the little news this morning about how your government is going to, obviously, for a certain, probably like a max number, like people in prison because of marijuana, okay, or something like that, will be something about being expunged. Here we go. Pardons thousands of marijuana offenses. Okay, I'm sure it must be. If you've got 100 pounds at home, they're probably not going to do that. But you know what I mean. Simple possession of marijuana. So I think this is what's obviously this has caused some of the marijuana cannabis plays to be popping today. right here. Abnormal option activity plus a 10-day daily break. Watch it every day. Okay. Now, if you're looking for action all day long, probably not the one for you. Though I use this like a watch. There's only 2 alerts a day, okay? But that's the one option, the abnormal option activity plus a 10-day daily break. Typically, we get maybe 4 or 5 a day, and I use it like a watch list. I mean, sometimes I'll take the trade depending on the time. I'll take the trade right off the bat if I like what I see, in terms of a setup, how much room does it have to move, all those sort of things. And then I know Pepe was talking about Blink again, and maybe if it's probably too late for me now. But if Blink got back up to the original price, alert price of 420, I don't know. Maybe if this were a lot earlier, but I'm taking off in about 15 minutes. So I'm not going to do anything with this. But if this happened, okay, we had the alert at 420. It popped up to 448. It's very very quick. Came back down. If it got back up to 420, say around here, around 11:15, I probably would have been very very interested in it again. So I'll use it like a watch list all day long. And usually it's pretty powerful because it's combining two pretty decent scans into one. It doesn't mean though that there aren't other opportunities. I mean, I like that cipher. It did not meet all the filter requirements. Okay, four and a half, four and a half times relative volume, and it has to be for it to be here. It has to be 8. Okay, so that's why it's not here. Everything else, though, I mean, 28,000 contracts, which is 9.7 times normal. It certainly met all the filter requirements for the abnormal option activity. That's why it's here. All right, guys, 2:49. I've got another 10 minutes or so. So Michael William will be keeping the room open until 4. Okay, so you guys who you can hang around till 4. In our YouTube room, I will put the main trading room link in, so you can head over and listen to, or if you want to keep talking about trading, you can do so until 4 o'clock. Oh, you're welcome, Richard. I wish I could have helped a little bit more on a dividend scan, but that, is just not my, I don't really take a look at fundamentals too often. In fact, never. Okay. And it's possible one of the other, in fact, Chris, I know does some stuff with dividends. I don't know if he has a scan for it. Let me ask him if he's still around. He may not be around. He sometimes leaves it right around this time to pick up his daughter, so I'm not sure if he's still around. Yeah, usually he answers pretty quickly, so he may not be around, but I'll tell you what, if you show up to the room tomorrow, because if he does have one, he'll give me the link, okay? You know what I might even get him to do is just to post it in the room. But I'll be here for another 8 or 9 minutes anyway, so he might pop in. Anyway, bets, yeah, I mean, I'm sure they've had letters, sorry, Baba, I mean, it's up to the SEC, of course, to tell them to get their act in order. I'm sure they're gonna be doing a reverse split at some point. Boy, this turned into just a really, really nice 60-cent move from the alert, and the big deal was it had room to 5. That's why I was liking it, it had room to 5, so anyway, hopefully some of you may have taken it, CIFR. Fired your financial advisor, okay. Boy, look at that alt. Was that a beauty most of the day? And a little bit choppy early on, but once it took out 10, a little bit choppy, right around here, but from about 1 o'clock on, pretty smooth move other than that red bar. And this is some kind of an obesity drug. Yeah, I'm just checking some messages now. Looks like Chris is going to be out for a while. Okay, so what I could do, Richard, is when he comes back, if he's got the scan. Okay, so I asked him to either give me the link, or if he wants to, he can maybe even come into the room. Okay, and he can post the link. And I told him to make it attention Richard. Okay. Oh, there he is. He's back now. So let's see if he's got one. Okay, Richard. I'm. He's answering me right now. He's either going to have one or he's not. Okay, there you go. He does not have a dividend scan. Okay, so sorry, Richard. We don't have a pre-made dividend scan. So you'll have to take that filter, whatever min and max, or whatever the min dividend is. And then, yeah, create your price range, your minimum volume. Okay, guys, if there are no more questions, I think I will wrap today up. It was a lot more active than I thought it would be after Christmas, but so we'll see what happens for the rest of this week. So thanks a lot again for all the help. I'll open the rooms tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. So have a great evening, and we'll see you then. So I'm stopping the screen sharing now, and I'm muting myself in the main room. And now for YouTubers, I put their trading room link in if you want to head over there. And now I'll shut you guys down.